Hello, welcome to our channel W3 Runs. My name is Janta Sarkar. I am full stack web developer and online instructor. Today we are going to learn advanced JavaScript. At first I am going to give you the introduction. Then we are going to learn let and const variable. After that we are going to learn tagged string method. Then we are going to jump into the arrow function, rest operator, spread operator, object literals, destructuring AJAX, destructuring object. After that, we are going to learn object-oriented programming. Then we are going to learn about class inheritance. Next, we are going to learn about modules, promises, Promise.all method, AJAX, fetch API, async await method, symbols, iterator, generator, strict mode, and error handling. This course for those students who want to enhance their JavaScript skill. If you want to learn modern JavaScript framework like Vue.js, React.js, Node.js, then this course is for you. It could be a good base to understand the concept behind on modern JavaScript. In this tutorial, I try to cover ES6 and the later version of the JavaScript. So what are you waiting for? Let's get started.
Hello guys, good to see you back. This is the first tutorial of this series. We are going to start our advanced JavaScript journey from let and const variable. JavaScript have total 3 types of variables. First one is var, then let, and then const. Let and const introduced in JavaScript ES6 version. Its mean it is introduced in 2015 version. Now let's see what is the difference between 3 types of variables. The first difference between all of this type variable is their declaration method. Let's see the difference. For var, we need to type var keyword, and then we need to take the variable name equal to then our value. Similarly, for let, we need to type let, then we need to pass the variable name, and for const, we need to use const keyword, then we need to pass the variable name. We can redeclare variables. Here you can see, here we redeclare x variable again. If we use var keyword, we can redeclare our variable, and we can assign a new value to this x variable. Also, we can reassign the value if we use var keyword. Now our x value is wow. Now, if we print this value, it's going to return wow. So, in case of var, we can reassign the value, also redeclare the value. But in case of let, we cannot redeclare the variable. And if you do it, then it's going to return error. But we can reassign the value if we use let keyword. But we cannot redeclare the value. Now, let's talk about const variable type. In const variable type, we cannot redeclare our variable. And if we do, it's going to return error. Also, we cannot reassign our value. Also, it's going to return error if we do it. So that's the main difference between 3 types of variable: var, let, and const. In case of var, we can reassign and redeclare. In case of let, we just only reassign, not redeclare. But in case of const, we cannot redeclare and also we cannot reassign. And there is another difference between them, which is related scope. Let me show you. If we talk about the first case, I mean var, here I'm going to use a if condition. And inside this condition, I'm going to declare a variable using var keyword. So, if I try to print this value outside the if condition, yes, we can, because this is global scope. So we can print this variable outside the if condition. Also, we can redeclare it, and also we can perform calculation outside the if condition. That's why it is called global scope. Similarly, inside the if condition, if we declare a variable using let keyword, then we cannot print this variable outside the if condition, because this is block scope. It means it is only work on inside the block. Blocks mean the curly braces. We can only use this variable inside the curly braces, not outside the curly braces. Here we can print the value, also we can reassign the value, but we cannot redeclare it. We can use it with conditions, loop, switches, while loop, but just we need block scope for that. At the same way, inside the if condition, if we declare a variable using const keyword, and if we try to print it outside the block, then it's going to throw an error, because it is also a block scope. So const keyword also follow the block scope. So let's take a practical look what we learned. As you can see, side by side, I opened my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension. And I already created an HTML document named index.html. You can use any code editor that are you familiar with. Here I am going to use Visual Studio Code. So as you can see, inside the head tag, we have already typed the script tag. And then inside the script tag, first I am going to declare a variable using var keyword. Var, and our variable name is A. A, assign with, and here I am going to assign a string value. And the string value is add1. And semicolon 2 in this line. Also, I am going to redeclare the value. So I am going to duplicate this line. And here, again I am going to pass a new string value, minj, add1 minj. Now, let's print the value in our console. Also, you can print the value in your document. For that, I'm going to type console.log. Inside the round braces, I'm going to pass A, our variable name. Then semicolon 2 in this line. So if I save this file and back to the browser and show you my console, to show your console, just you need to press right click on your browser. Then you can see inspect section. Then click on inspect. And here you can see the console section, the console tab. Just click on console tab. And now I'm going to increase the console font size. As you can see, it print minj. And don't focus these two lines. These are came from my extension, my JSON loader extension. So here we successfully redeclared the variable. With that, also we can reassign the value. Let me show you. So here I'm going to type A equal to, inside the double quotes, I'm going to pass the string. And here I'm going to pass welcome. So let's save the file and see what it returned. As you can see, after save the file, you can see in my console, this time it print welcome. So as I told you, we can redeclare and reassign our value if we use var keyword. Now, I'm going to use let keyword to declare a variable. So here I'm going to type let. Also, I'm going to redeclare it with let. And I'm going to comment out this line. So after save this file, as you can see, it's written an error, syntax error. Because we cannot redeclare our variable if we use let keyword. But we can reassign our value. So if I comment out this line and remove the comments and reassign the value and then save the file, now you can see it print welcome. Because let allow us to reassign, not redeclare. But if we use const keyword, then what? Const and then save this file, now you can see it's written error. Because const do not allow redeclare, also it do not allow reassign. That's why it's written error. And now, as I told you, there is another difference between all of these variables related their scope. Let me show you the example. For that, here I'm going to use if condition. If inside the round braces, I'm going to create a condition. And our condition is always true. 1 equal to 1. Then inside the if condition, here I'm going to assign a variable using var keyword. Var A equal to 12. This time I assign a numeric value. If I save this file, as you can see in my console, it's written 12. If you notice, you can see we just declare the variable inside this block, means inside the curly braces. But we call this variable outside the curly braces. It's mean outside the block. But if we use let variable type let A equal to 12, and if I want to access it outside the block and save this file, as you can see, it's written error, uncaught reference error. A is not defined. But if I try to access it inside the block, document dot write, inside the round braces, I'm going to pass the variable name A. Then semicolon 2 in this line. If I save this file, now you can see in my browser, it's print the value 12. Because as I told you, let's follow the block scope. At the same way, if we use const keyword to declare the variable, then const A equal to 12. And then save this file, as you can see, it's written the same result. As you can see, we can access it inside the block. That's why it print 12 in our browser, but we cannot access it outside the block. That's why our console return error, because const also follow the block scope. But if we declare with variable var and then save the file, now you can see our browser and our console return the same result. So that is the difference between both the variables, var, const and let. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. In the next tutorial, we are going to learn template string. Hello guys, good to see you back. This is the third tutorial related advanced JavaScript. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn template string or template literals. This feature is introduced in JavaScript ES6 version. Some other developers call it template literals. Before template string released, we use concatenation sign to join strings. Let me show you. Suppose we take a string variable and the value is add1 and our variable name is name. Also, you can take any numeric value. And now I want to use this string value with another string. Basically, I want to concatenate two strings. For that, we use concatenation sign. Suppose var address equal to India plus our variable name. This concatenation sign is going to join both the string. So this is the normal way that we can join two strings, otherwise two variables. But the problem is, suppose we have a lot of variables and we need to concat this variable in a one string. For that, every time we need to use concatenation sign. With that, also we need to use quotes to join the string. And this is gonna make our code very complex. To resolve this problem, JavaScript introduced template string. Now, let's do the same thing using template string, and it's going to make our code more efficient. Here I create the same variable name with same value. And now I want to concat this variable in a string. But this time I'm going to use template string, something like that. Var address equal to, here I'm going to use backticks. These are backticks. And inside the backticks, I'm going to pass this string. By mistake, I type the double quote sign. Then we need to use $sign. Then inside the curly braces, we are going to pass the variable. Remember, this special sign is not quotation. These are all backticks. And you can find it above the tab in your keyboard. You need to use the backticks starting and end position. And then here you can pass your normal string. And if you want to call any variable, for that you need to use $sign. After that, you need to use curly braces. And inside the curly braces, you can call your variable. And it's going to join two strings. So we don't need to use concatenation sign for that. And if you have multiple variables, just you need to type $sign and inside the curly braces, you need to pass the variables. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical and see how we can use it. So as you can see, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension. And I already created an HTML document named index.html. So at first, I'm going to declare a variable. For that, I'm going to use let. Let, and our variable name is user. User assigned with inside the double quotes. Here I'm going to pass a string value, and I'm going to pass a name. And the name is add1. Then, semicolon to end this line. And now, I want to print this name in our browser. For that, I'm going to type document dot write inside the round braces with the name I want to print a string. So first, I'm going to follow our old method. So inside the double quotes, I'm going to pass hello. Then I'm going to use concatenation sign to join the string with user. And here I'm going to pass the variable name, user. And semicolon to end this line. After save this file, as you can see in my browser, it's print hello add1. And now I decide I want to add another string. For that, again, we need to use concatenation sign. Then inside the double quotes, I'm going to type welcome. After save this file, as you can see, it print hello add1 welcome. So every time we need to add concatenation sign to join the strings. So it make our code very complex. Now I'm going to use the second method, which is template string. So I'm going to comment out this line. First, I'm going to remove the old content, and here I'm going to use backticks. Then, inside the backticks, I'm going to type hello. Then I want to call the variable. For that, as I told you, we need to use $sign. Then, inside the curly braces, we need to pass the variable name, which is user. Then I want to concatenate another string, which is welcome. If I save this file, as you can see, we can see the same result in my browser. And this looks very neat and clean. And now I want to add another variable in the same string. So how can we do that? First, I'm going to declare another variable. Let, and our variable name is marks. Marks equal to Advan got total 350 marks. And now I'm going to change the string a little bit. Hello, Advan, your marks is. Again, we need to use $sign and curly braces. And inside the curly braces, we need to pass the variable name, marks. And save the file. After save this file, you can see the result. Hello, Advan means your marks is 350. There is another benefit if we use template string. Suppose now I decide I want to show the username inside the double quotes. Yes, now we can use double quotes. So here I'm going to use double quotes outside the variable. And if I save this file, as you can see in my browser, now the username comes inside the double quotes. And now I'm going to use template string in a function. So at first, I'm going to comment out all of this section. And then, here I'm going to declare a variable. Let, and our variable name is first name. First name equal to, and the username is Advan. Also, I'm going to take another name, which is last name. Let, last name, assign with range. Let's capitalize the F character. And now I'm going to use this to variable in a function. For that, I'm going to create a function. Function, and our function name is full name. Full name, inside the round braces, here we need to pass total 2 parameters. And our first parameter name is fname. And our second parameter name is lname. Then inside the curly braces, here I'm going to return the full name. And I want to return first name and last name. So I'm going to type return function, return, and I'm going to use backticks. Then inside the backticks, first I want to print the first name. $sign inside the curly braces, f name. Then $sign inside the curly braces, name, and semicolon 2 in this line. And now I'm going to create a variable which is going to store a string. For that, I'm going to use let, and our variable name is hello, equal to, again I'm going to use template string. So here I'm going to type hello, then $sign inside the curly braces. Here I'm going to call a function, and the function name is full name. Then inside the round braces, here we need to pass total 2 arguments because we are calling a function. And our first variable is first name, and our second variable is last name, and semicolon 2 in this line. Now I want to print this variable in our document. So I'm going to type document dot write inside the round braces. Here I'm going to call the variable name hello. If I save this file, you can see the result. Hello and one means. So in this tutorial, we learned a new feature of ES6 version, which is template string. And what is the benefit of using template string? So this is it for this tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. In our upcoming tutorial, we are going to learn arrow function. And hey guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with another tutorial related advanced JavaScript. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn arrow function. This feature is introduced in JavaScript ES6 version. It is not a new function. It is the enhanced version of creating a function. Now, let's see how we can create function before the arrow function. First, we need to type function keyword, then we need to type a function name. Then we need to take round braces, and inside the curly braces, we can pass our code. As you can see, in our console.log, here we print add one image. This code not going to run by itself until we call the function. And to call the function, just we need to pass the function name. Something like that. At the same way, we can create function like this way. First, we declare a variable, let, in our case, name, equal to function keyword. Then, inside the curly braces, we can pass our code. So these are the old methods that we can create functions. And I know you are already familiar with that. So this type of function we use before ES6 version. But after ES6 version, JavaScript introduced arrow function. And it's going to reduce the syntax of the function. First, we need to declare a variable for the function. In our case, name. Then we don't need to type function keyword to create arrow function. Just we need to pass round braces. Then we need to use arrow sign. And to create arrow sign, we need to pass is equal to sign and greater than sign. Then we need to type console.log. I mean our code. So now you can see our function become so compact. Because of arrow function, we convert all the code in a one line. Just we need to use round braces and arrow sign. And to call this function, just we need to follow our old method. Just we need to pass the function name and round braces. But if you have multiple line of code, in that case also you can use curly braces. This kind of arrow function is very useful for React.js, Node.js, otherwise AngularJS. All modern JavaScript framework follow arrow function. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical and see the example of arrow functions. So as you can see, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension. And I already created an HTML document named index.html. So let's create an arrow function. To create an arrow function, first we need to declare a variable. Let, and our variable name is welcome. Welcome equal to, inside the round braces, and welcome is our function name. I want to pass a parameter to our function. And as parameter, I'm going to take name. And then we need to use arrow operator to create arrow function. Equal to greater than sign. Then, inside the curly braces, here I'm going to return. Also, I'm going to use backticks. And we already learned about backticks in our previous tutorial. And here I'm going to type hello and welcome. Then, I'm going to pass $sign. Inside the curly braces, I'm going to pass the parameter name and semicolon to end this line. So this is a very simple and basic arrow function. And now I want to call this arrow function. To call this arrow function, I'm going to type document dot write. Inside the round braces, I'm going to call the function welcome. Then inside the round braces, we need to pass the argument. And as argument, we need to pass the name. So I'm going to type add one image and semicolon to end this line. And we need to pass add one image inside the double quotes because it's a string. After save this file, as you can see in my browser, it's printed hello and welcome add one image. So this is how we can create arrow function. First, we need to assign a variable name for the function. Then inside the round braces, if you want to pass any parameter, yes, you can. Otherwise, you can skip it. Then you need to use arrow operator equal to greater than sign. Then inside the curly braces, you can pass your code. Here we use template string method to create this string. And if I return the type of this variable, it's going to return function. Let me prove you that. So I'm going to type console.log inside the round braces. Here I'm going to pass type of. type of, and the variable name is welcome, and semicolon 2 in this line. If I save it, as you can see in my console, it print it is a function. And now I'm going to reduce the size of this arrow function. I'm going to make it one-liner. So at first, I'm going to remove the curly braces. And then also I'm going to remove return keyword. Yes, we can remove return keyword if we use one-liner. And if we use only one parameter in our function, in that case also we can reduce the round braces. So if we save this file, as you can see, it's written the same result. There is no changes. Remember, this technique only works if we use one-liner. So this is it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, we are going to learn REST operator. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned. Hello guys, good to see you back. This is the another tutorial related advanced JavaScript, and in this tutorial we are going to learn REST operator. REST operator introduced in JavaScript ES6 version. And before we understand REST operator, we need to understand function with multiple arguments, because REST operator introduced to resolve argument related problem. So let me show you the problem. Suppose here we create a function named sum, and it's going to sum two numeric value, and then I'm going to print this value in my console. So whenever I call this function, as a parameter we need to pass total two value, in our case 20 and 30. So this function going to work perfectly. But what if we pass total 3 parameter, otherwise 4 parameter? So if we pass more than 2 value, then this function not going to perform this calculation. It's going to throw an error, because we create this function to add only 2 numbers. Before ES6 version, JavaScript already provide a solution where we need to create a function. Then we need to use a inbuilt function, which is arguments, and we need to use it with for loop for I in arguments. This argument function going to create object. If we pass total 2 value, then using 2 value is going to create an object. Similarly for 3 and similarly for 4 value. And as you know, to print the object, we need to use for in loop. But in our case, I want to return the sum value of these 4 arguments. For that, here I need to declare a variable. Let sum assign with 0. And as you know, our for in loop going to run for every value of argument object. Suppose if we pass 3 value, then this loop going to run for 3 times. For that, every time we need to add new value to the sum value. Sum plus equal to arguments. Inside the square braces, we need to pass the index number of this object. Then at last, we need to print the sum value. I know you are already familiar with this process. This is the older method that we can achieve the result. So this function going to work perfectly. But what if we pass any string value in our argument? Suppose I pass a string value in our first parameter, but our other 2 value is numeric value. This time I want to add this 2 value, but I want to leave our string value. As you know, we cannot sum string value with numeric value. At the same way, if we pass other multiple values, in that case, this function not going to work properly. To resolve this kind of problem, ES6 version introduced REST operator. In REST operator, we move unused value in a other variable. And the REST value except this one, we store it in other variable. And we make this variable an array, something like that. Here you can see, in some function, we take total 2 parameters. Our first parameter is name. So it's going to store the first string value in this variable. And then you can see total 3 dots. 3 dots mean REST operator. And here we take a variable name, args. And you can take any variable name. It's up to you. Args mean arguments. It means the rest of the arguments, except first one. Except first one, it's going to store all the value in this argument. And this arg become an array. And this process is called REST operator. And now we need to run for in loop only for this argument. I mean this array. Something like that. Here we run a for loop for let I in args. It means all the item in this array. And if we want to sum this argument, we need to follow the same process. First we need to declare a variable. Let sum assign with 0. Then sum plus equal to args. Inside the square braces, we need to pass the index number. Then next we can print this value in our document, otherwise console. And if we want to use the name, yes, we can. We can use the name, otherwise we can print the name differently. So with the sum value, I want to print the name. For that, console.log, inside the round braces, we can use this variable. So I hope now you understand the problem, why we use REST operator. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical and learn it in details. So as you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension. And I already created an HTML document named index.html. So at first, inside the script tag, I'm going to create a function. For that, we need to use function keyword. Function, and our function name is sum. Then round braces. Then inside the curly braces, for now, I'm going to leave it blank. Then outside the curly braces, I want to call this function. So I want to type sum. Then inside the round braces, here I'm going to pass total 3 arguments. These are all numeric value, 20, 30 and 40. And again, I'm going to duplicate this line. And this time, I'm going to pass total 4 arguments, 50. And now, I decide I want to pass a string value as argument. So here, I'm going to type a name, a string value. And the string value is add1 range. So inside the double quote, I'm going to type add1 range. At the same way, I want to add a string value here. And here I'm going to pass a name. And the name is Steve Smith. And I'm going to save this file. And now I want to store the first argument in a different variable. And rest of the argument in a different variable. For that, we need to use REST operator. So, for the name, I'm going to create a variable. And the variable name is name, comma. Then, we need to use REST operator. And as I told you, to use REST operator, we need to use 3 dot. It means the REST operator. And for the rest of the argument, I'm going to take a variable name. And the variable name is total. So this name parameter are going to store the first argument. And for the rest of the numeric arguments, I'm going to use total variable. It's an array. Now, in our function, with the name of the student, I want to print their total. So first, I'm going to calculate the total. To calculate the total, we need to declare a variable. Let, and our variable name is sum. Sum assigned with 0. I am not going to confuse the variable name with function name. That's why I'm going to use S in capital. Let sum equal to 0. Then I'm going to use for in loop. For inside the round braces, let I in total. This for loop going to run total 3 times because here we pass total 3 value in total variable. Similarly, next time it's going to run for 4th time because here we pass total 4 value. Then inside the for loop, I'm going to increment the sum value. So I'm going to type sum plus equal to total inside the square braces I and semicolon to end this line. So it's going to return the total. And now I want to print student name with their total. For that, here I'm going to type document dot write inside the round braces. I'm going to use backticks. Here I'm going to use template string method. Then inside the backticks, I'm going to type the total of $, curly braces. I'm going to pass the student name. So I call the name variable is, again I'm going to use $, and inside the curly braces, this time I'm going to call the total, means sum, and semicolon to in this line. So here we pass the name value, which we pass as an argument. Now, if I save this file, as you can see in my browser, it's written the result. But here we need to use a BR tag. So I'm going to use concatenation sign, and inside the double quotes, I'm going to use beer tag. So if I save this file again, you can see the result. The total of Advan Minj is 90 and the total of Steve Smith is 140. And if you want to pass another string argument in this function, yes, you can. You can pass multiple arguments. It is up to you. So here I'm going to use another comma, and between them, here I'm going to pass their college name. Advan is from MIT and Smith is from IIT. So now we need to store both the argument in a different variable. For Advan Minj, I'm going to save it in a name variable, and for MIT, I'm going to save it in a college variable. That's it. So I decide I want to print their college name with total. So here I'm going to type the total of Advan Minj is, after print the total, here I'm going to type space from, again I'm going to use $sign inside the curly braces, college. If I save this file, you can see the result. The total number of Advan is 90 from MIT. Now it's clear for you what is the usage of REST operator and how it's work. Now the question is order is matter in REST operator? Yes, it's matter. And if we change the order of the REST operator, let me show you. So I'm going to cut and I'm going to use REST operator as first parameter. If I save this file, as you can see in my console, it's going to return error. Uncaught syntax error. REST parameter must be last formal parameter. So we cannot use REST operator at start position. So we need to place it last position of the parameter. Then it's work perfectly. Otherwise, it's not going to work. So this is it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, we are going to learn spread operator. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Also, hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with a new tutorial related advanced JavaScript. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn spread operator. In our previous tutorials, we learned about REST operator. This topic is pretty similar with REST operator. In this example, we learn how we can send string value. With that, also we can set numeric value and perform calculation. In REST operator, here we pass multiple numeric value. REST operator basically convert this value into an array. Now, this situation is different. Now, we do not pass the numeric value as an argument. We store it into an array. And now I decide I want to pass this array as an argument, not the numbers. Something like that. First, I want to pass the string value, then I want to pass the array. But if I send this numeric value as an array, then in our case, this args not going to perform the calculation. Because REST operator always expect we are going to pass multiple arguments. But here we pass an array. And it's a single argument. It's a variable. But it stores an array value. Now our args going to assume that all the value as a single value. To resolve this problem, JavaScript introduced spread operator. Now how it's work? So whenever we call the function and pass array value as an argument, we need to use $sign before the array name. In our case, ... array. Basically, this spread operator going to spread this array. And then it pass all the value as an argument. Then our REST operator handle all the arguments and convert it into an array again. So this is the basic usage of spread operator. Basically, it spread the array and convert the array value in a multiple arguments. Just one thing you need to remember. Whenever we call a function and pass an array value, and before the array value, if we use $sign, we call it spread operator. Spread operator only used when we call the function, and REST operator only used when we create the function. So this is the basic difference between REST operator and spread operator. And there are a lot of usage of spread operator. We are going to learn it in practical session. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical. So as you can see, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension, and I open my previous HTML document. So in our previous tutorial, we learned REST operator. As you can see, whenever we call the function, here we need to pass multiple numeric arguments to calculate the sum value. And now I decide I want to store the numeric value in an array. For that, here I want to create a variable, let, and our variable name is number. num equal to, inside the square braces, I'm going to pass the values. So I'm going to cut the value and I'm going to paste it here. Now number variable become an array. Now I decide I want to send this array as an argument. So I'm going to type the variable name num and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, as you can see in my browser, it's not working. It print the exact array as a string. It do not perform any calculation. Now I'm going to use spread operator to spread the value and send as an argument. For that, as I told you, we need to use 3 dot before the variable name. If I save this file, this time you can see the total of advanced mean is 90 from MIT. Now it's worked perfectly. So this is one of the best usage of spread operator. Let me show you another example with console. For that, I'm going to comment out all of this line. Also, I'm going to remove this one. Now, I want to print this array in my console. So I want to type console.log inside the round braces. Our variable name is num and semicolon to end this line. After save this file, as you can see in my console, it is an array and it has total 3 length. It means total 3 value 20, 30 and 40. But if I use spread operator and then save this file, now you can see it is not an array anymore. These are all different values. But if I use square braces outside the variable and then set this file again, now you can see again it become an array. Let me show you another example. Now this is number 1. Number 1 variable is an array. Then I'm going to duplicate this line and this is number 2. And number 2 assign with number 1 variable num1. If I print num2 in my console and then save this file, as you can see, it's an array. Basically, I clone number 1 and store it number 2 variable. And now I want to add another value in our array 1, means number 1. So I'm going to type num1 dot push function. Push inside the round braces, I'm going to pass 50 and semicolon to end this line. After save this file, as you can see in our console, it add 50 in our num2 variable because num2 variable is clone of num1 array. And now in number 2, I'm going to spread the array values. So here I'm going to use 3 dot. Also, I'm going to move it in a square braces. And I'm going to save this file. This time you can see it do not push 50 at num2 variable. After using spread operator, first time it make a copy, but it's not clone the num1 variable. That's why this time 50 is not pushed in this array 1. Also using spread operator, we can concat arrays. Let me show you the example. So first I'm going to remove this line and I'm going to make it number 2, another array, which is going to store 50, 60 and 70 and 80. So this is going to store total 4 value and this is going to store total 3 value. And now I'm going to create another variable. Let and our variable name is num3. Num3 equal to, inside the square braces, here I'm going to use spread operator. I want to concatenate both the arrays using spread operator. So I'm going to type dot num1, comma, I want to concatenate with num2. So I'm going to type dot num2 and semicolon 2 in this line. If I print num3 in our console and then set this file, as you can see in my console, it successfully concatenate our array. Here we don't need to use concatenate function to concatenate both the array. We can concatenate using spread operator. Not only that, if you want to add more value in this array, yes you can. Just you need to use comma and before the comma you need to pass the value. I want to start this array 100 and end this array with a string. So inside the double quotes, here I'm to pass add1. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, you can see the result. So this is how we can use spread operator for concatenation array. Not only that, spread operator also work with objects. Let me show you. So I'm going to comment out all of this. And here I'm going to create an object. Our first object name is var obj. obj1. obj1 equal to, inside the curly braces, here we need to use key value pair. Our key is name. Name colon add1 means. Add1 means. Then I'm going to create our second object. So I'm going to duplicate this object and our second object name is obj2. And here I'm going to use another key which is age. Age 23. And semicolon to end this line. And I'm going to save this file. And now I'm going to merge these two objects using spread operator. So I'm going to create another variable var obj3. obj3 equal to, inside the curly braces, and here I'm going to use spread operator to merge obj1, comma, and I want to concatenate with obj2. So again I'm going to use spread operator obj2. And semicolon to end this line. Now, if I print obj3 in my console, let me show you, and then save this file, as you can see in my console, now these two objects create a one single object. And in our object 3, we have property and value. So this is how we can use spread operator. I hope now it's clear for you what is the usage of spread operator. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I'm back with another tutorial related advanced JavaScript. And in this tutorial we are going to learn object literals. If you are familiar with basic JavaScript, then you have already knowledge about objects. Now JavaScript introduced some shortcuts in ES6 version that how we can enhance our objects. Basically, it's reduced the object syntax in ES6 version. So basically, I'm going to give you total 5 and 4 examples that how we can use objects in ES6 version. So let me show you the first example. Suppose we have a variable, name, and this variable going to store a string value. In our case, add1 means. And now I'm going to use this variable in our object as a value. So here I create an object and inside the curly braces, I take a property which is name. And as value, I call the name variable. So this is the older method to create an object. Now the shortcut is, if your variable name and property name is same, then simply you just need to create an object and just one time you need to take property name. In our case, name. Here I use property name one time because our property and value name is same. So let me show you the practical how we can use it actual life. So as you can see, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. So at first I am going to create two variables. Let, and our variable name is name. Name assigned with, and I'm going to pass a string value which is add1 means. So we're going to end this line. And then I'm going to take another variable. And our variable name is course. Course equal to BA. Means Bachelor of Arts. And now I'm going to create an object using these two variables. For that, I'm going to type var, our object name is obj, assigned with, inside the curly braces, our first property name is name, colon, and it assigned with name variable, comma, after that, our second property is course, and for value, I'm going to assign course variable, And now I'm going to print this object in my console. So I'll type console dot log. Inside the round braces, I'm going to pass object name obj and semicolon to end this line. After set this file, as you can see in my console, it print name and course. And now I'm going to use this shortcut that is introduced in JavaScript ES6 version. As I told you, if their property name and value name is same, then we can pass only the property name. Similarly, I'm going to remove this value from courses. After save this file, as you can see in my console, there is no changes. It's worked perfectly. Behind the scene, it's going to create a name property. Also, it assign name variable as value. So this is the first example of object literals. And now I'm going to show you another example which is related to object literals. But first, I'm going to comment out all of this section. And then I'm going to write some fresh code. For the next example, first I'm going to create an variable. Let, and our variable name is n. N assigned with, inside the double quotes, a string, and the string name is name. Semicolon to end this line. Then I'm going to create an object where, and our object name is obj. Obj inside the curly braces. Here I'm going to create a property using this variable, I mean name. For that, I'm not going to type this string. Here I'm going to call the variable. To use it, we need to use square braces. And inside the square braces, I'm going to pass the variable name, which is n. Also, I'm going to assign a value. So I'm going to use colon. Colon. After colon, I'm going to type our value is at 1 minute. Comma. Also, I'm going to take another property and value. Our next property is course. Course, colon, inside the double quotes, and our course name is BA. This feature is introduced in ES6 version. Before ES6 version, we can't do that. So after set this file, as you can see in my console, it's written the same result. Not only that, also we can perform arithmetic calculation with this property. Suppose now I want to change the property name. I want to set it student name. For that, we can use concatenation sign. Let me show you. So here I want to use concatenation sign before the variable name. And inside the double quotes, I'm going to pass student. If I set this file, as you can see in my console, now it's print student name. So we successfully perform arithmetic calculation with our property name. This is only possible after ES6 version. Now, also if you want to access only student name property, yes, you can. Just you need to pass obj dot. From here, I remove the space. So I'm going to type student name. If I save this file, you can see the result. As you can see in my console, directly it print add 1 minute. So this is the second example of object literals. Now I'm going to show you the third example of object literals. But before, I'm going to comment out this section. And then I'm going to paste the same code which I copy from my other section. And here, after comma, I'm going to create a function. To define a function, I'm going to use a property name. And our property name is detail. Detail, colon, then here I'm going to create a function. For that, we need to use function keyword. Function, round braces, then inside the curly braces, here just I'm going to return a string value. Return, then I'm going to use backticks because we are going to use template string method. And here I'm going to type he enrolled in course name. He enrolled in. Then I'm going to use $sign. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to pass the course name. So I'm going to call this variable course. So as you can see, this course variable come from the object property, not any other particular variable. For that, we need to use this keyword because we are create this function inside this particular object. So I'm going to type this dot course, and if I print by object dot detail, and also need to pass round braces, and then save this file. Now you can see it print he enrolled in BA. So this is the older method that we can create function in objects. In ES6 version, we can reduce the function. We can remove function keyword. Also, we don't need this colon sign. Also, we can remove it. If I save this file, as you can see in my console, there is no changes. So this is it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, we are going to learn about destructuring array. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned. Hey guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with a new tutorial related advanced JavaScript. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn destructuring array. Destructuring array introduced in JavaScript ES6 version. Before ES6 version, sometime we need to assign array value in a different variables. And it is a very lengthy process. Let me show you how. Suppose we have a variable named user, and in this variable we have total two values. It's an array, name and age. And now I want to assign both the value in different variable. For that, we need to assign a variable, in our case, name. Then we need to call the array. And inside the square braces, we need to pass the array index number. For name, here I pass 0. Similarly, for age, we need to pass 1. As you know, our array start with 0 index. But what if we have multiple values in our array? Suppose we have 100 value in this array. Then we need to type multiple lines to handle it. To reduce this much of code, JavaScript introduced destructuring array. Now we can assign the value in our variable like that. Here we don't need to pass any index number. Just we need to pass the variable name. Then we need to assign it with the array, in our case user. Then automatically, according to the variable serial number, it's going to assign the value to this variable. Suppose this first value assigned with the first variable. Similarly, the second value assigned with the second variable. So we don't need to type multiple line of code for that. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical and see how we can use it. So as you can see, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code and my browser using Live Server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. So at first I'm going to create an array which is going to store total 3 values. So I'm going to type let, and our array name is user. User assigned with, inside the square braces, we need to pass total 3 value for our array. Our first value is username, which is add one main. And our second value is age, which is 25. And our third value is city. And he is from Delhi. Then semicolon to end this line. Now I am going to use destructuring method to assign the array value in a variable. For that, we need to type let, then our array. Here I am going to provide the variable name. Our first variable is name. Our second variable is age. And our third variable is city. And this array assigned with user. And semicolon to end this line. And now I want to print name and age and city value in our console. Yes, we can. So I'm going to type console.log. Inside the round braces, our first variable name is name. Then semicolon to end this line. Then I'm going to duplicate this line total 2 times. Our second value name is age. and our third value name is city. If I save this file, as you can see in my console, it print name, age and city. But what if I remove one value from this array? Suppose I'm going to remove city value, del, and then save this file. In our case, it's going to return undefined. At the same way, if I remove the second value, then what? So I'm going to remove 25, age value, and save this file. After save this file, as you can see, also it print undefined. Not only that, if we want to set any default value to this variable, yes, you can. Suppose our minimum age requirement is 20. So I'm going to pass 20 here. And I'm going to remove 25 from the array. If I save this file, now you can see in my console, age is 20. But if I pass 25 in our array and then save this file, now it's become 25. So this is how we can use default values. And remember, this process not only work with simple array, it is also work with nested array. So let's create a nested array in this variable. So after city name, I'm going to use comma, and again I'm going to use square braces. And inside the square braces, I'm going to take gender, male. With that, also I'm going to take salary, $1,000. At the same way, if you want to store it in a variable, in that case, after comma, again you need to use square braces. And the first variable name is gender. And the second variable name is salary. And if you want to print it in your console, just here you need to pass the variable name. Suppose I want to print the salary. So I'm going to pass the variable name. After save this file, as you can see in my console, it's print 1000. So destructuring array is a very special feature in JavaScript. Not only that, also you can use REST operator with that. Let me show you how. So I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one. And I'm going to remove age, city and gender salary. And then here I'm going to use REST operator. Args. And then I want to print args in my console. So I'm going to comment out this line, and here I'm going to type console.log args. And also comment out this previous line. After save this file, as you can see, now it's print rest of the array values, age, city and another array. And if I open this array, you can see the gender and salary. And now I'm going to show you how can we use destructuring array with functions. But before, I'm going to comment out all of this line. So at first, I'm going to create a function. And our function name is user. Then, inside the round braces, this function is going to take array as an argument. Then, inside the square braces, I'm going to pass name, age, and salary. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to print the value in my document. So I'm going to type document dot write. Inside the round braces, I'm going to type name. No, I'm going to use template string method. I'm not going to use any concatenation sign. So inside the backticks, dollar, inside the curly braces, name. With that, also I want to print age. Dollar, inside the curly braces, age. With that, also I want to print salary. Dollar, inside the curly braces, salary. And semicolon 2 in this line. So using this structuring method, we can pass the array as an argument. Let me show you how. Just you need to call the user function, user. Also inside the square braces, we need to pass the values. For name, I'm going to type add1 means add1. For age, I'm going to pass 25. And for salary, also I'm going to pass 1000. And semicolon 2 in this line. If I save this file, as you can see in my browser, it print add1, 25 and 1000. So this is the one method that we can use destructuring array. But what if I remove the parameter? Let me show you. So I'm going to remove this parameter. I'm not going to send any parameter. I'm going to comment out this line, and here I'm going to type return keyword. return, and after return, I'm going to pass those values directly to this function. So I'm going to cut this portion and I'm going to paste it here and semicolon to in this line. So our user function basically going to return these values. Now the question is, in our function we do not pass any parameter. So we cannot send any argument to this function. Then how we can assign this value in a name variable? Yes, we can. Let me show you how. So here I'm going to type let, inside the square braces, I'm going to take the variable's name. Our first variable is name. Our second variable is age. Then our third variable is salary. And I'm going to assign this array with user function. User. That's it. Now, if I want to print this salary without call the function, yes, we can. Because here we assign the function to this variable. So I'm going to type document dot write, inside the round braces I want to print name and semicolon to end this line. So if I save this file, as you can see in my browser, it just print the name add 1. So this is how we can use destructuring array with functions. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I'm back with another tutorial related advanced JavaScript. And in this tutorial we are going to learn destructuring object. In our previous tutorial we learned about destructuring array. And also we learned how we can store array values in a different variables. At the same way, destructuring object works. So as you can see, we create an object and in this object we have total 2 property and 2 value, name and age. And now I want to set this value in a variable. Similar to array, also we can assign variable to these values, something like that. Using this method, we can destructuring this object. First, you need to type let. Then inside the curly braces, you need to pass the variable's name. And remember, our variable name should match with property name. And then we need to assign this variable to this object. Then it's going to assign the name value to this name variable and the age value to this age variable. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical. So as you can see, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. And also you can see in our script tag we already create an object, let user. And in this object we have total 3 property and value, name, age and country. And now I'm going to store this value in a variable. For that, here I'm going to use destructuring method. So I'm going to type let, and inside the curly braces, our first variable name is name, and our second variable name is age, and our third variable name is country. Then I'm going to assign with an object, and our object name is user, and semicolon to end this line. And now I want to print this variable in my browser. So here I'm going to type document dot write. Inside the round braces, I'm going to pass the variable name, which is country, and semicolon to end this line. If I save this file, as you can see in my browser, it's written the country name, which is India. But if I remove this variable name country and then save this file, now it's going to return an error. But if you remember, when we use destructuring method with array, there is not written an error. There is written an undefined. But for objects, that's going to return an error. If we do not assign any variable name, and if we use the variable, then it's going to return an error. Not only that, also we can take alias name for this variable. Let me show you how. Suppose for name, I want to use a short form, which is n. So for that, we need to use colon, and I'm going to use n for name. So if we want to print the name value from this object, then we can use the alias name. So here I'm going to type document.write n. If I save this file, you can see the result. Also it print add 1 image. Here n represent the name variable. So this is it for this tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. I hope you will enjoy. So this is the introduction of object-oriented programming in JavaScript. It was known as OOP. OOP stands for Object-Oriented Programming, and it was introduced in ES6 version of JavaScript. Object-oriented programming is a coding methodology or a style or a pattern. It is introduced to convert our big line of code into a smaller line of code. With this, we can make our code more modular and reusable, that we can use that code over and over again. It make our code well organized, and that's make our code very easier to debug. Debugs mean if there is an error in our code, and the method the catching the error is called debug. Basically, we do not use object-oriented programming for small tasks. It is used for big and complex projects. It is currently used in various JavaScript frameworks like React.js, AngularJS, Vue.js. And these are all based on modern JavaScript. If you want to understand object-oriented programming, first you need to understand two terms. First one is class and second one is object. If you understand these two concepts, then you understand 50% object-oriented programming and the OOP concept used in every high-level programming language. So at first, let's try to understand what is class and objects. Let's try to explain it with graphical images. Suppose we have a blueprint of a building and a builder built houses with this blueprint. So according to the blueprint, every building the builder make is similar. All building designs are identical. As you can see, the blueprint has 3 bedrooms and 1 kitchen. So every building is pretty similar. So we can accept our blueprint as a class. And all the buildings made by this blueprint are objects. The point is, objects are made with this class. Let me show you another example, and it little advanced. Suppose we have a class named car, and these are 2 actual cars. First one is Maruti Swift and second one is Toyota Fortuner. So we create a class named car, and our actual cars are objects, which is made by the car class. And as you know, every car has some common properties, like their color, engine, seat, their AC, and their prices. We call them properties in programming language. And these properties are associated with one or more classes. Every class has their own property. As you can see, we have 2 actual cars, Swift and Fortuner. Their properties are same, but their value is different. As you can see, Maruti have 4 color option, but Toyota have 5 color option. Maruti provide 1200cc engine, and Toyota provide 2700cc engine. Maruti provide 5 seat, and Toyota provide 7 seat, and both the car provide AC. And also you can see there is huge price difference between these 2 cars. Properties are basically a variable, and we can set different value for this variable. And if you want to change and manipulate the values, then you need to use methods. Our classes are made with property and methods. Suppose I create a class named calculation. Then I create some variable as properties. We declare these 3 variables within this class. And if you want to assign values to these properties, you need methods. Methods are basically functions. Suppose we want to add numbers. So I'm going to create a function named sum. And as you can see, we perform some calculation in this function. First we take a variable named c, and then I add 2 variables a and b, and we return c. We can use only those properties in our method, which we already declared in our class. And we cannot use properties which is defined in outside the classes. Here you can see we just create one method in our class. But you can create multiple methods in this class. At the same way, I'm going to create another method named sub. Sub means subtraction. So let me show you the syntax how we can declare class. And also I'm going to show you how we can create property and methods. Suppose I'm going to create a class named hello. So at first we need to type class keyword, then our class name, which is hello. Then inside the curly braces, here we need to create properties and method inside this class. Suppose I want to create a method named message. For that, first we need to take the method name. In our case, message. It's a normal function. Just here we don't need to use function keyword before the function name. At the same way, for parameters, we need to use parentheses. Then inside the curly braces, we can define our message. In our case, I want to print hello everyone in our console. Now, message become a method. You can create multiple methods in a class. And if you want to call this method, first you need to create an object using this class. So first we need to take a variable, in our case A, and A assign with this class. Also, to assign this class, we need to use new keyword, then our class name. This will turn our variable into an object. After creating this object, we can access all the properties and methods from this class. Suppose I want to call message method. Then first we need to type the object name, in our case A dot our method name, message. And if you want to send any argument, then you can do, usually we need to do it for function. So this is it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, we are going to learn about practical. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hey guys, good to see you back. This is the second tutorial related object-oriented programming. And as you can see, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension. And I already created an HTML document named index.html. So inside the script tag, first I'm going to create a class. To create a class in JavaScript, we need to use class keyword. Class, then we need to set the class name, and our class name is hello. Then inside the curly braces, here I'm going to pass a message. Basically, I'm going to define a method named message. So I'm going to type message round braces. Then inside the curly braces, here I'm going to print console dot log. Inside the round braces, inside the double quotes, I'm going to print a message, hello everyone. And then semicolon to end this line. So whenever user call this method from this class, then it's going to print this message, hello everyone. And as I told you, to call this method from this class, we create an object using this class. So let's create an object using this class. Let, and our variable name is A. A equal to create an object, we need to use new keyword. New, then we need to call the class name, hello. Now a variable become an object, which is made with hello class. And now I want to call message method. For that, we need to type a dot message and semicolon to end this line. If I save this file, as you can see in my console, it print hello everyone. Now you understand, first we need to create a class. Then inside this class, we have a method named message. If you want to call this method, then first you need to create an object using this class. In our case, A. Then you can call this method from this class. Now let's talk about more about methods. In JavaScript, we have total 3 types of methods. Our first method is constructor method. Second one is prototype method. And third one is static method. And we are going to start with constructor method. To create an constructor method, we don't need to take any constructor name. Let me show you how. So here, I'm going to create a constructor method. For that, just we need to type only constructor. Constructor, round braces, and inside the curly braces, you can pass your message. Suppose here I'm going to type console dot log. Inside the round braces, I'm going to type welcome. And semicolon to end this line. And remember, to create a constructor method, you don't need to take any name. Just you need to type constructor keyword. Now the question is, what is the purpose of this method? Whenever we create an object using this class, then constructor method automatically called. We don't need to call it by ourselves. It automatically run. Now, if I comment out this line and save this file again, now you can see it automatically run the constructor method. So it's print welcome. Here I just create an object using this class, but I do not call the particular any method. Similarly, if I create another object using this same class, so I'm going to duplicate this line and here I'm going to type B and save this file. After save this file, as you can see, again it print welcome in our console. First it run for A object, then it run for B object. And now we are going to learn about properties. And also we are going to learn how we can assign value in properties. There is two options that we can do it. First, I'm going to show you a basic method. So I'm going to remove this line. Listen carefully. Whenever we need to declare an property to a class, we need to declare it inside the constructor method. Suppose I want to declare a variable. Properties are basically a variable, nothing else. So I'm going to declare a property. Let, and our property name is name. Then semicolon to end the line. So here we declare a property. And now I want to use this property. I want to use this property in our message method. So I'm going to remove everyone. And here I'm going to use concatenation sign. Also you can use backtick here if you are familiar with tablet string method. Then I want to call name variable. For that, we need to use this keyword. This means the object dot name. Now we set a property in this class. Also we use this property, but we do not send any value. Now we need to set a value to this property. So how we can do it? For that we need to use the object name. In our case A, and I want to set name. Name assign with, and here you can pass the student name, which is advantage. And then semicolon to end this line. And now again I want to print the message in my console. So I'm going to uncomment this line and save this file. After save this file, as you can see in my console, now it's print hello advantage. If I provide a little space and save again, now you can see it correctly. Hello advantage. With that, also you can see another message from our constructor method. And as I told you, we don't need to call constructor method. It's automatically run when we create an object using this class. And there is another shortcut way that we can assign value to our properties. For that, here we need to take a parameter in our constructor method. So I'm going to take name as parameter. And I'm going to assign name to this variable name. And now we don't need to create this line to assign this value to this variable. So I'm going to comment out this line, and from here I'm going to copy advantage. And whenever we create an object using this class, we can pass the value. It's like a function. So if I save this file, you can see the same result. Oops, I think I did some mistake, because here we don't need to declare let keyword. So I'm going to remove let. This time I'm going to use this keyword. This dot name. This keyword represent the object. So if I save this file, now you can see, now it's print hello advantage. It's pretty similar with function, is not it? Yes, it is. Here you can define multiple properties as much you want. Now let's talk about prototype method. This is the example of prototype method. For that, you need to take the method name, and prototype method do not run automatically. To run this prototype method, we need to call it. And our last method is static method. To create static method, we need to use static keyword. Let me show you. So here I'm going to create a method which is static method. So I'm going to type static. Then we need to take a method name. In our case, our method name is full name. Then we need to use round braces. Then inside the curly braces, you can print anything. Document dot write inside the round braces, inside the double quotes, student name is advantage. And now you decide you are going to call the static method from this object. So let's call this static method a dot full name, semicolon to end this line. If I save this file, it's not going to work. It's going to throw an error. Yes, we don't need to create an object to call a static method. We can call static method without creating an object. To call this static method, we need to use the class name. In our case, hello. So let me show you how we can use it. So here I'm going to type our class name, hello dot full name function. Then semicolon to end this line. If I save this file, you can see the result. As you can see in my browser, now it calls the static method and print student name is add1mint. As I told you, class is a blueprint, otherwise a template. We can use class multiple times to create objects. So this is it for this tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. In the next tutorial, we are going to learn about inheritance. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with another tutorial related object-oriented programming in JavaScript. And in this lesson, we are going to learn about inheritance. Now the question is, what is inheritance? In our previous tutorial, we learned a lot about classes, how we can create constructor, how we can create property in class. With that, also we learned how we can create object using class. And now we are going to learn about inheritance. Suppose I create a class and our class name is A. And this class have its own property and methods. At the same way, we have another class and our another class name is class B. It is also have its own property and methods. Now the question is, can we use class A property and method from class B? No, we can't. We cannot use class A properties and method in a simple way. For that, we need to use inheritance. Inheritance is going to allow us to do it. Suppose if I want to access class A properties and method from class B, in that case, class A become base class. And the class who going to use base class property is called derived class. Not only that, we can create another derived class, which is class C. Now, class C can able to use class B properties and method, also class A properties and method. This is the single level inheritance and this is called multi-level inheritance. Because class C derived with class B, also class A. I know it's look pretty confusing for you. Let me give you the real life and graphical example. Inheritance allow us to define a class that inherits all the methods and properties from another class. Now let's try to understand it in a simpler terms with a picture. Suppose this is your grandfather and your grandfather owned a lot of land in the past. So at object-oriented term, we can call your grandfather grandparent class. And then he decide to give all the lands to his son, means your father. I want to say your father get property from your grandfather. But your father himself owned lot of properties. Your father bought many shares. So your father now owns two type of properties. So he can sell his land and his own shares if he wish. But your father decide to transfer his ancestral property and shares to your name. But you yourself have made a lot of properties. You have lot of cryptocurrencies. So if you want, you can use your own cryptocurrency, otherwise your father's shares, otherwise your grandfather lands. But your grandfather cannot use your father's share. Also, your father cannot use your cryptocurrencies. But your father can use his father's lands. But your grandfather is not authorized to use his son's shares. Similarly, your father cannot use your cryptocurrencies. But you have to access all of it. You can use land, you can use shares, and also you can use your own cryptocurrencies. Basically, we control repeatability using inheritance. Now, let's understand it with object-oriented term. Suppose your grandfather land is a function, and your father's share is also function. So you don't need to type both the function in your child class. You can access it when you want. But your grandfather and your father cannot access your properties. I hope now it's clear for you what is inheritance. I have tried to explain you in a very simple way. Now, let me show you this syntax, how it works. Suppose I have a class which is fruits. And now I want to create another class which is able to use class fruits properties and method. And our class name is vegetables, which is extended with fruit class. So in our case, base class is fruits and vegetable is derived class, which is derived with fruits. And here we need to use a special keyword, which is used to derive with another class, and the keyword is extends. Next we need to pass the base class name. And in our fruit class we have some properties and methods. Then I create a object. using fruit class. Let f equal to new fruits. So f is our object, and this object is able to use only fruit class property and methods. But if I create an object using vegetable class, suppose let v equal to new vegetable, then this object can access its own properties and methods. Also, it can access fruit class properties and methods. So this is how inheritance works. So let's start the practical and see how we can use it. So as you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. So at first, inside the script tag, I'm going to create a class. For that, we need to use class keyword. Class employee. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to create a constructor method. And as you know, to create a constructor method, we need to use constructor keyword. Constructor and round braces. Then inside the curly braces, here I'm going to print a statement in our console. So I'm going to type console.log. Inside the round braces, here I'm going to type I am employee. And semicolon to end this line. Now let's create an object using this class. For that, I'm going to create a variable let, and our variable name is a. A assign with new. As I told you, to create an object, we need to use new keyword. New and our class name, which is employee. Then semicolon to end this line. If I save this file, as you can see in my console, it print I am employee. Here I type a spelling mistake. For employee, we need to type E, not I. If I save this file, you can see the result. I am employee. And as we know, in our previous tutorial, we learned constructor method run automatically. We don't need to call it through our object. And now I decide I want to create another class. For that, I'm going to type class keyword, and our new class name is manager. Manager, and this class inherit with employee class. So as I told you, to inherit with another class, we need to use extend keyword. Extend. Extends employee. Then inside the curly braces, for now I'm not going to type anything. Just our manager class inherit with employee class. And now I decide I'm going to create an object with employee class. So I'm going to comment out this line. And in the next line, I'm going to create a variable let, and our variable name is b. B assigned with manager class. So to create an b object, we need to use new keyword. New manager. Then semicolon to end this line. If I save this file, as you can see, also it print in my console, I am employee. But if you notice, you can see in manager class, we don't have any constructor method. But we can access employee class method using manager class, because our manager class inherit with employee class. So in that case, employee class is a base class and manager class is a derived class. And now I decide I want to send an argument to the manager class. So here I'm going to pass a name, and I'm going to type add1 mean. Add1 mean. And as I told you, we need to handle properties in our constructor method. So here we need to take a variable, and our variable name is name. And then I want to print the name in my console. So here I'm going to pass name variable. With that, I'm going to use concatenation sign. So if I save this file, as you can see in my browser, it print add1 means I am employee. Now the question is, what happened if I create the same constructor class in manager class? So let's copy the constructor, and I'm going to paste it inside the manager class. For now, I don't want to send any argument to this constructor. So I'm going to remove this line, and here I'm going to type I am manager. If I save this file, this time, first it's going to print this line, then it's going to return an error. Let me show you. So if I save this file, as you can see, first it print I am manager. Then it print an error message and say must call super constructor. As you can see, our object made with manager class and constructor method available in both the class. So both the classes hold the same exact method and B object made with manager class. That's why we can see this message, I am manager. And if you want to access only the particular this constructor, I want to say the base class constructor, then you need to use super function. So here we need to use super function. So I'm going to type super and semicolon to end this line. If I save this file, it's going to work, but also it returned undefined. Let me show you. So if I save this file, as you can see, undefined I am employee. And if we want to handle this argument in our manager constructor, in that case, we need to take the variable name. And also, I'm going to use this name here. Name concatenate with I am manager. If I save this file, as you can see, add1 means I am manager. And remember, if we use same constructor in our derived class, then we cannot send data to our base class because here we use the exact constructor because super function doesn't allow it. Now let's talk about prototype method. How we can use prototype method in inheritance. So at first I'm going to comment out this constructor method in our manager class. Then in our employee class, base class, here I'm going to create a prototype method. So I'm going to type the method name, which is inf. And inside the curly braces, here I'm going to print console.log I am employee and semicolon to end this line. With that, I want to print the employee name. But as you know, if we want to use this property, then we need to store it in a variable. For that, I'm going to type this dot name equal to name. Now we can use name variable in my prototype method. So here I'm going to use, after concatenation sign, I am employee, I'm going to type this dot name. Let's change the variable name to avoid the confusion. Here I'm going to assign a new name, which is ename. E stands for employee name. So also we need to type this dot ename here if we want to call this variable. And now I decide I want to access this prototype method using manager class. But we create the prototype method in employee class. But as you know, our class extend with employee class, that's why we can use it. So let's use this prototype method. For that, as you know, we need to call the object name b dot our method name, which is info, and semicolon to end this line. If I save this file, as you can see in my console, it print I am employee add1 means. But if I use the same prototype method in our manager class, so I'm going to copy this prototype method and I'm going to paste it inside the manager class. Just I'm going to change a little bit. I am manager. If I save this file, this time you can see here it print I am manager and one means, because this time this prototype method available in its own class and our object made with this class, not the employee class. That's why it's called its own method. But now you decide you are not going to use manager class prototype method. You want to access employee class prototype method, mean base class. So as I told you, here we need to use super function. For that you need to type super dot, you need to pass the prototype name and the prototype name is info. Then you need to pass the round braces and semicolon to end this line. If we save this file, as you can see in my console, now it's print I am manager. Here you can see in my console, first it print I am employee add1 means. This line is from employee class and next it print I am manager add1 means. This line is from manager class. Not only that, also you can change the order of this prototype method. Suppose now first you want to print I am manager at one page. Then you want to print I am employee at one page. For that, just you need to change the super function order. So I move the super function below the console.log. If I save this file, as you can see, now the order is changed. And now I'm going to show you the real life example. Why and how we are going to use inheritance. So as you can see, we have total two classes, employee and manager. And now I decide I'm going to take two more arguments, age and height. So here I'm to pass in our constructor method age, comma, height. And to store this property in a variable, I'm going to take two other variable. So here I'm going to type this dot age equal to age colon this dot height height equal to height and semicolon to end the line. And now I decide I want to display all the information in this info function. So I'm going to comment out this line and here I'm going to type document dot write inside the round braces. Here I'm going to use template string method. So I use backticks. If you are not familiar with template string method, it is the new feature of ES6 version. Here we don't need to use any concatenation sign. I hope you are already familiar with that. So inside this backtick, first I'm going to print a heading tag. For that I'm going to use HTML tags, h2 tag, h2. Then inside this h2 tag I'm going to type employees. Then I'm going to close the h2 tag. h2 stands for heading to tag. h2 close. Then I'm going to print name. Name colon and I'm going to call the variable. And the first variable is for name we set ename variable. So I'm going to copy this dot ename. And to print this, to use this variable, here we need to use $sign and inside the curly braces I'm going to paste the variable name, this dot ename. And also I'm going to use br tag to break the line. Then I duplicate this line 2 times. And for age, here I'm going to type age, this dot age. And for height, I'm going to type height, this dot height. And semicolon 2 in this line. And I don't need this info function from manager class. So I'm going to comment out this line. And with name, I'm going to pass student age, which is 24. Also, I'm going to pass student height, which is inside the double quotes 175 centimeter. So if I save this file, as you can see in my browser, it print employee, name, age and height. Name at one means age 24, height 175 centimeter. And now I decide I want to print this same information for the manager. So I'm going to copy this prototype method and I'm going to paste inside the manager class. But now I want to add new property to this method. So, and our new property is salary. So I'm going to type let salary. Salary equal to $1,000. Also, I'm going to change the heading text, employee to manager. So in addition, with the information, I want to print manager salary. So I'm going to duplicate this line and here I'm going to type salary. And also here I'm going to pass the variable name salary. So if I save this file, as you can see in my browser, now it's print manager. Name at one means age 24, height 175 centimeter. Also it print the salary $1,000. To clear your doubt, let's create another object. So I duplicate this line. This time our object name is Smith and this object made with manager class. So I'm going to change the name Smith and his age is 28 and his height is 171 centimeter. And now I want to print Smith information in my browser. So here I'm going to call Smith.info function. If I save this file, as you can see, now it's print all the information about Smith. This is the example of single level inheritance because here our class extends with only one class. Our manager class extends with employee class. But now I'm going to show you multi-level inheritance. So this is employee class, this is manager class extend with employee, and now I'm going to create another class. And our next class is boss. Boss class extend with manager class. So now boss can access manager information, also he can access employee information, but manager and employee cannot access boss information. Then I'm going to comment out this line. And now our Smith object made with boss class, boss. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, now you can see it print all the information from the manager class because in our boss class we don't have any info method. But what? If we comment out the info method, so I'm going to comment out this method from the manager class. Now you can see this info method is only available in employee class. If I save this time, now you can see now it prints the prototype constructor from the employee class. That's why it do not print the salary value. So our boss can access manager class information, also it can access employee class information. Information means all the constructor and properties. So in that way, multi-level inheritance work. So this is the little example of inheritance. And inheritance is the most important part of the object-oriented programming. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I am back with a new tutorial related advanced JavaScript. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn what is modules. Let's try to understand modules with graphical pictures. Suppose we have two JavaScript files, file1.js and file2.js. And in file1.js, we declare some variable, create some functions, also we create some classes. And now I want to use this variable, function and classes in file2. It is not mandatory that I am going to use all of these variables, function and classes. I want to run any particular function, otherwise I want to call any particular variable. For that, JavaScript introduces modules. Using modules, we can use JavaScript function, variable, classes in other files. It's increase our code reusability and it is very easy to maintain. Also, it reduces HTML page loading. In our file1.js, we have a lot of functions, but I want to decide I want to use only one function. Then I'm going to include this function in our file2. Then we can link this file2 with our HTML document. That's why our HTML file becomes so fast. In JavaScript module, it's come with two functions. First one is export function and second one is import function. So let's see how we can use these two functions in our code. As I told you, we have total two files, file1.js and file2.js. In file1, here I declare a variable, name, a function, hello, and a class, which is user. And now I decide I want to use name variable in file2. I don't want to use hello function and user class. For that, we need to use the keyword, and the keyword is export. This export keyword gives this variable a permission that we can use it in other files. And whenever we need to use this variable in file2, then we need to write a special statement, something like that. At first, we need to type import keyword, and then we need to use curly braces. Then inside the curly braces, we need to pass the variable name, which variable I want to import from file1.js file. Then we need to type from, and after that, we need to pass the file location, from which file I want to import this variable. And if you notice, you can see before file1.js, here I use some special characters, dot, backslash. Whenever we use modules, we need to provide our file path like that. And you need to remember this. And now I decide I want to use the name variable in file2. We can use this variable as like other variables. We can print it in our console. Also, we can print it in our document. With that, we can perform calculations. At the same way, if we want to export this function, yes, just we need to type export keyword before the function name. Then we can use this function in file2.js file. Here just we need to import the function. Import inside the curly braces, just we need to pass the function name. Not any parentheses, otherwise curly braces. Just function name. Then we can use this function like other functions. At the same way, you can export this class, and you need to follow the same procedure to import this class from the file1.js. Then we can create objects using this class. And if you want to import variable, function and class at once, yes, you can. Just after import, inside the curly braces, you need to pass the variable name, then you need to use comma, then you need to pass the function and class name. Then you don't need to type multiple import keyword. And now you want to import this JS file in your HTML documents. For that, just you need to do same thing, but inside the script tag, you need to provide the type module. Just you need to declare that this is a module file. Then as source, you need to follow the relative path /. So this is the introduction tutorial of module. In the next tutorial, we are going to start the practical. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. So as you can see, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. With that, we create some JavaScript file, main.js, library.js and mediator.js. These are all empty files. And if I show you my index.html file, as you can see, here we use script tag, and inside the script tag we use type module, and also we provide a source, and this is the source path. So we link our main.js file with this HTML file. Also we have library.js file where I'm going to create our variable, function and classes. And one most important thing you need to remember, modules are work with only live servers. If you do not use live server, then you cannot use modules. You can use live server extensions, otherwise you can use XAMPP or WAMP. Here I'm not going to explain you how we can use live servers because it's an advanced tutorial. I hope you are already familiar with live server extensions. And then I'm going to jump into the library.js file. So in this file, we are going to create all the variables, function and classes. So at first, I'm going to create a variable. So I'm going to type let our variable name is message. Message equal to, inside the double quotes, here I'm going to type a string, which is ES6 modules. Then semicolon 2 in this line. It is a normal variable. We cannot use this variable in other files. And if we want to use this variable in other files, for that, from starting, we need to type export. Now we can use this variable in other files. So I'm going to save this file, and now I want to use this variable in main.js file. So here, I'm going to import this variable. And as I told you, for import this variable, we need to use import keyword. Import. Then inside the curly braces, we need to pass the variable name, and the variable name is message. From, then we need to pass the file path. But before the file path, as I told you, it's the module. So we need to follow these characters. // library. This is our file. And semicolon 2 in this line. Now we are able to use this variable in this file. And now I'm going to print this variable in our console. So here I'm going to type console.log inside the round braces our variable name, message, and semicolon 2 in this line. After save this file, as you can see, it's not working because I am an idiot and I do not pass the extension of this file, library.js. It's a JavaScript file, so I need to pass the extension. After save this file, now you can see in my console, it print ES6 modules. Not only that, if you want to print this message in your HTML page, yes, you can. For that, you need to use JavaScript DOM. So I'm going to comment out this line, and next I'm going to type document dot body dot inner HTML equal to the variable message, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, you can see in my browser is print ES6 modules. And now I'm going to uncomment this line and back to the library.js file. And here I'm going to create a function and I want to export this function. So I'm going to type the export keyword, export. Then I'm going to use function keyword to create a function, and our function name is user. And I don't want to pass any parameter. Then inside the curly braces, here I want to type console.log. Inside the round braces, I'm going to print a statement, hello everyone, and semicolon to end this line. And now we need to import this function. So let's back to the main.js file, and after message, I want to import user function, user. And as I told you, for function, we don't need to take any parentheses. And if you want to call this function, just you need to type the function name, user, and parentheses, as like function. After save this file, as you can see in my console, hello everyone. And if you want to pass any argument to this function, yes, you can. Just inside the double quotes, here I'm going to pass the argument. I want to pass a name, which is add1minj. Add1minj. And I'm going to save this file. Then I'm going back to the library.js file. And also I'm going to take this argument. For that, we need to take a variable, which is name. And I want to use it in our console. So inside the console, I'm going to use backticks. And inside the backticks, I'm going to type hello $, inside the curly braces, our variable name, which is name. If I save this file, you can see the result, hello add1minj. So this is work as like other functions. There is no difference. Now let's create a class in library.js file. So first I'm going to type export. Export. Then I'm going to create a class. So we need to use class keyword. Then our class name. And I'm going to set test. Inside the curly braces, here I'm going to create a constructor method. Constructor. And in this constructor method, I'm going to print a statement. So I'm going to type console.log. Inside the round braces, here I'm going to type constructor method. Then semicolon to end this line. So whenever we create an object using this class, it automatically calls the constructor method. Now let's back to the main.js file, and we need to import this class. Just we need to pass the class name test, and then we need to create an object using this class. So I'm going to type let, and our object name is a equal to new object, new test, and semicolon to end this line. If I save this file, as you can see in my console, it's print constructor method. Also it print hello add1minj from our function. So I'm going to comment out this line and save it again. Now let's back to the library.js file. As you can see, we use export keyword multiple times for variable, for function, for our class. So there is another method that we can export all of these in a single line. Let me show you how it's works. So here I'm going to type export key, export. Then inside the curly braces, we need to pass the variable and function and classes names. Our variable name is message. I want to export message. Also, I want to export the function user. And the same way, I want to export class test. Then semicolon to end this line. And now we need to remove the export keywords from these positions. So first, I remove export keyword from the class. Then I remove export keyword from the function. And at last, I'm going to remove export keyword from our variable. If I save this file, as you can see in my browser, it returned the same result. There is no changes. So this is another way that we can use export keyword and export our functions, variable and classes. Not only that, also we can take alias name. So let's back to the main.js file. So I want to take alias name for test. So here I'm going to type after test as T. Now we don't need to type test to create a new object using test class, because here we take alias name. So I'm going to remove test and just I'm going to type T. So let's save the file and see is it work properly or not. After save this file, as you can see in our console, it's also print constructor method. It means it's worked perfectly. But what if I type the real name? So let's type test. If I save this file, it's going to throw an error. Let me show you. After save this file, as you can see in my console, it's written an error. Now, if we take alias name, then we need to use only the alias name, not the real name. Now, let's back to the library.js file. Suppose we have lot of variables, lot of function, and lot of classes, and I want to use all of these. Then you might think you need to type the variable's name every time. No, it is not. If you want to import all of these variable function and classes, you can do it just once. So I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one. Here we can follow a new method to import. Let me show you how. So after import keyword, I'm going to use a sign, star sign. Star means everything. Also we can take a alias name as M. M stands for module. And you can take your any name for alias name. And now we need to use this M keyword. Let me show you how. Suppose in our console I want to print the message. So this time we need to use m.message. With that, I want to call the function user. So in that case, we need to type m.user. And for the class name, here we need to pass our class name. If I save this file, you can see in my console it's working. Oops, this time our class not work because this time our class is not working because here we use the alias name. Now we need to use the real name because we comment out this line. So after save this file, you can see the result. Why it's written undefined? Or maybe there is a typing error. Yes, it's a typing error. If I remove this message and save it again, now you can see the result. ES6 module, hello advanced means constructor method. So this star sign reduces our code. Just using one star, we can call all of these methods, classes, functions, variables, etc. So this is it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, we are going to learn default function. Hello guys, good to see you back. This is the another part of this module tutorial. And today in this tutorial, we are going to learn default function. Module came with a default function. So let's see how we can create this function. Also, we are going to see how we can use it. So let's back to the library.js file. First, I'm going to comment out all of this code. And then I'm going to create default function. To create default function, we need to use default keyword. Default function, then parenthesis, then inside the round braces, this default function basically represents the whole file. With that, also I want to export this function. So here I'm going to type export keyword, export, and here I'm going to type something. So I'm going to type console.log inside the round braces, inside the double quotes, hello, and semicolon to end this line. Now let's back to the main.js file. Also, I'm going to comment out all of this code, and I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one. And to import default function, we need to use the same process. Let me show you how. So I'm going to remove this star sign and as, and inside the curly braces, I'm going to pass the function name, which is default. Also, we need to take alias name as D. That's it. And now we can call this function. So here I'm going to type D and semicolon to end this line. After save this file, as you can see in my browser, it's written hello. We don't need to take any name for this function. Whenever we call this function, otherwise import this function, we take alias name for this function. Now, at last, I am going to introduce you another feature of module, which is known as aggregate module. Here we are going to learn how we can use multiple modules in a file. So at first, I'm going to comment out this line. Then I'm going to uncomment this import line. With that, let's back to the library.js file. And from library.js file, first I'm going to comment out this line. I don't need this line for now. And also I'm going to uncomment this export line. I want to export only user function, nothing else. With that, we need to uncomment this user function. That's it. Also, I'm not going to pass any argument. So I remove these arguments. And here I'm going to type simply a text. Hello world. And I'm going to save this file. So in this library function, we have only one function named user. And if you notice, you can see we have another file, mediator.js. So let's jump into this file. This file is going to play the role of a bridge between these two files, main.js and library.js. And for your better understand, I'm going to move this file between this library and main.js. In our library.js file, here we export user function. And here I use the main.js file. And in our HTML file, we include the main.js file. But in main.js file, here I'm going to change the import file path. This time, so I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one. This time I want to import mediator.js. So here I'm going to type mediator.js file. And I want to import the particular user function. So here I'm going to remove the alias name and star sign. And inside the curly braces, I'm going to type user. Now the question is, we do not create user function in mediator.js file. So in the mediator.js file, I'm going to import the function from library.js file. So I'm going to type import inside the curly braces our function name user from library.js file, library.js, and I'm going to set this file. So in our mediator file, we import the user function from library.js. Then in our main.js file, we import the user function from mediator.js file. But if I set these files, it's going to return an error, something like that. It is a syntax error. Here it print mediator.js does not provide an export named user. To resolve this problem, if we want to use any bridge file, for that, here we need to use export keyword. So I duplicate this line and comment out previous one, and here we need to type export. Now, if I save this file, now you can see there is no error in my console. So in our main.js file, if I call user function and remove the argument, because this time I do not handle any argument in our user function, and save this file, you can see the result. Now it's print hello world. So at first we export from library to mediator. Then from the mediator we export main.js file. So this is it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial we are going to learn about promises. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello, nice to see you back. In this video, we are going to learn what is promise method in JavaScript. Let's understand with graphical images. This is you, and it's your friend. Your friend calls you and says, we have not met for a long time. And you tell your friend, no problem, we meet tomorrow. This means you promised a friend. And we can divide this promise in 3 stages. Our first stage is pending. Until tomorrow comes, your promise will be pending. If you go to meet your friend tomorrow, then you make the promise fulfilled. So this is our second stage. And then comes our third stage. If any of work comes and you are not able to meet your friend, then you have to reject your promise. And here is our promise, which has 3 stages: pending, fulfilled, and reject. What we do with this promise, now I am telling you. You promised your friend, if you go to meet your friend tomorrow, then you will have dinner in a restaurant. And if you can't go, then see you another day. Suppose we have a promise method, and on this promise we specify some condition. Based on the condition, we can have 2 results. Either that condition is resolved, either the condition has failed. In that case, we call reject. If your condition has been resolved, then we can use a JavaScript function. It's an inbuilt function, which is then. Inside this, we write what we will do if our promise is fulfilled. In our case, if our promise becomes fulfilled, then we will go to restaurant. Likewise, if the condition of your promise fails, then we call another function and we call it catch. Both of the functions are callback functions. When you call the resolve or reject function, it will be automatically called. Resolve and reject, this is our own function. You can give it any name. So this is our promise method, which is introduced in JavaScript ES6 version. Using promise method, we check some condition and it will tell us whether the condition is fulfilled or not. And on that basis, we do our further work using then or catch function. After that, I show you how to write promise method in JavaScript. First we take a variable and then we define method name new promise. Our variable name is pro, but you can take any variable, which will become an object of promise. As I told you earlier, we define function in promise method. It's something like that. You can see we create a function inside our promise method. Also we can create arrow function in our promise method. And inside that function, we take two kind of parameter. In our case, resolve and reject, but you can take any name. If your promise is satisfied, then you will call the resolve function. And if your promise is failed, then you need to call reject function. Let's see how to call both these functions. For that, we can create a condition inside the promise method. Something like that. You can see I have created if condition inside the promise function. If your condition is satisfied, then you will call resolve function. And if your condition is failed, then you will call reject function. You do not have to create this function anywhere. Just simply call this function. If your condition is resolved, then we can make two more functions for further. You can see I have created a function named onFulfillment. When we call resolve function, then we will call onFulfillment function. And I will also tell you how to call it. Whatever resolve function will return, we will store this value in result variable. And you can take any variable name. And I print this value in our console. In the same way, I'm going to take another function for reject function. And it is onRejection. Yes, you can take any name. If it returns something, then we will store the value in error variable. Both this function will not be automatically called, because these are not callback function. To call this function, JavaScript have two callback function, and which we can use with promise. Like I told you before, our first function is then and our second function is catch. Both of these functions are callback functions. I am telling you how it call automatically. If your condition is satisfied and we call resolve function, then it automatically call then function. And inside this function, we have called onFulfillment function. And if your condition is rejected, then it automatically call catch function. And inside the catch function, we called onRejection function. I explain everything again. First, we need to create a promise object. Then inside the promise object, we need to create a function. And inside that function, we can take two variables. Our first variable is for success purpose and our second variable is for failure purpose. So I take resolve and reject variable. And then I create a condition inside this function. If the condition is satisfied, then it call resolve function. And if failed, then it call reject function. If resolve function called, then automatically run then function. And if reject, then automatically run catch function. These are callback functions. We don't need to call this function. And inside this function, we create two different functions. First one is onFulfillment and second one is onRejection. For now, I just print the result in our console, but you can do anything with that. Whenever we call resolve and reject function, we send value with them. Something like that. Here is a success and here is a failure. And when we call onFulfillment function, it assigns this string message with the result variable. Similarly, when we call reject function, it assigns this value with error function. Let's start with practical and see how we use promise methods. So it's time to back to my Visual Studio Code editor. So finally I am back to my Visual Studio Code editor. And you can see I create a HTML file named index.html. And I also open this file in my browser using live server extension. Inside the head tag, first I'm going to type script tag. And inside this script tag, first I'm going to take a variable let complete, and its value is true. It's a boolean value, and I am going to check this value in our promise method. We will do our next code depending on this result. Then I'm going to create a promise method. So I'm going to take a variable named pro, and then I'm going to use new keyword, new promise. And inside this promise method, we have to create a function, and I type function keyword. Then inside the curly braces, we need to create conditions. So I'm going to create if condition. If inside the parenthesis, I'm going to check our variable value. So I type my variable name complete. If true, it redirect to if condition, and if false, then it redirect to else condition. As I told you before, promise return only two results. It's return reject or fulfill. For this, we need to take two parameters in our function. For successful, I'm going to take result variable, and for reject, I'm going to take reject variable. If our function is satisfied, then inside the if condition, I'm going to use resolve function. And if reject, inside the else condition, I'm going to call reject function. We don't need to create this function. We just need to call this function. If we call this function, then we can use our inbuilt functions, which is then and catch. And now I'm going to send message for resolve condition. I am successful. For reject, I'm going to send another message. I am failed. And now I'm going to call this pro object in our console. Console.log. Inside the round braces, pro. It's not a normal function, it's an object. So we don't need to use round braces after object name. And if I save this file, you can see in my console section, you can see in my console it print I am successful, because we send true value in our complete variable. And if I open it, you can see promise result I am successful and promise state fulfilled. But if I set false value to our variable and save this file, you can see a message I am failed, and also it's showing an error. And if I open this promise, you can see promise state rejected. Also we can send parameter like normal function. So I'm going to remove this complete variable value, and I'm going to create a function. Function pro, inside the round braces complete, then inside the curly braces, and I'm going to move this code inside the curly braces. So our function going to return promise. So for now we don't need to take variables. So I'm going to remove this variable name and return new promise. And we need to pass value when we call this function. If I send true as an argument, if I save this file, you can see in my console it print I am successful. And if I send false as an argument, now it's print I am failed. So our promise function worked properly. And now I am going to create two different functions, for resolve and for reject. For resolve, I am going to create a variable let on fulfillment, and I am going to use arrow function. And when we call this function, I am going to send a value, which is result. And this value came from resolve function. Inside the curly braces, console.log result. Similarly, we need to create another function for reject section. So I duplicate these lines and replace on fulfillment with on rejection and send error as a parameter. Console.log print error. And as I told you before, we need to use callback function to call these functions, which are then and catch. But first we need to call pro function. And inside the parenthesis, we need to send a value. And our value is true dot then. If our problem is resolved, inside the parenthesis, we need to call onFulfillment function. And I'm going to duplicate this line for rejection purpose. And this time we need to use catch function. And inside the parenthesis, we need to call onRejection function. And for now, I don't need this console.log section, so I'm going to remove it. If I save this file, you can see in my console, it print I am successful. As I told you, Promise has 3 stages. First one is pending, then resolve and reject. Let's talk about pending. We use it before Promise start. So when I return the function, inside the function, first I'm going to type console.log, please wait. Now it is on pending stage. And then I'm going to use setTimeout function. Set timeout, and then I'm going to create arrow function. I made a little mistake. We have to write the pending stage inside the promise function. So I'm going to select this section and move it inside the promise method. Inside the setTimeout section, I'm going to pass this if condition. And I want to pause this condition for 4000 milliseconds. And if I save this file, you can see in my console, first it print, please wait. And we need to wait for 4 seconds. But then it print, I am successful. It print, please wait twice. To resolve this problem, I am going to use method chaining and make it then and catch function one-liner. I am going to remove this catch function, and after onFulfillment dot catch onRejection. Now, if result is true, it's called allFulfillment function. And if false, it call onRejection function. And if I save this file, you can see in my console section, first it print, please wait. So we need to wait for 4 seconds. Then it print, I am successful. And similarly, if I pass false parameter and save this file, we need to wait for 4 seconds. And then it print, I am failed. Please wait is our pending message. We use setTimeout function because it takes long time to claim data from the server. Let me show you one thing. If you do not want to create this function, you can. In that case, you directly call this function in then or catch section. So I'm going to copy this result function and call it inside the then function. And similarly, I call error function in our catch function. And I'm going to comment out this previous line. And if I save this file, first it run our pending stage, then it print I am failed because we send false value to our pro function. Not only that, we can pass multiple arguments to our pro function. For now, I don't need this line, so I'm going to remove it. And inside my pro function, I'm going to pass 2 parameters, 2 and 7. And inside my function, I'm going to take 2 parameters, x and y. Then inside the promise, I'm going to take another variable, z. Z equal to x multiplied by y. Then inside the setTimeout function, if complete variable replaced with z. If multiplication is possible, then inside the resolve function, I'm going to use template string method. Inside the backticks, your result, $, inside the curly braces, z, means our result. Similarly, inside the reject function, I'm going to send wrong input. If I save this file, first we need to wait for 4 seconds. Then it print our result, 14. Because we pass 2 numeric value, so our condition is true. But if we pass a string value, then what happened? So I'm going to pass a string value as an argument, 7 replaced with small t. And if I save this file, now you can see in my console, it's print wrong input. Basically, we handle errors using promise method. I hope now you understand what is promise in advanced JavaScript and why and how we use it. Thanks for watching this video. See you on the next tutorial. Hello guys, nice to see you back. In the previous video, we covered a topic named promise. This is the second part of the same topic. In this video, we are going to learn Promise.all method. We use promise to check a condition. Either our promise will be resolved, else it will be rejected. If our function resolved, for the further work, we use then function. And if our function is rejected, then we use catch function to show our error message. Suppose we have such a situation, we have lots of similar promises. And if we use then or catch function for all the promises, then our code will become very lengthy. And to solve this problem, a new function has been introduced in JavaScript ES6 version, Promise.all. We can check every promise at once with this function. In our case, we have 3 promises. And also you can check thousands of promises at once. As you know, every promise has a result. May be resolved, may be reject. If our promise is resolved, then we use then function. But you need to remember one thing. If all of the promises are resolved, only that time you can use then function. If any of the promise return reject, then it call our catch function. Let me explain you once again. If we have multiple promises, then we can check at once using Promise.all function. If all of our promise resolved, then it run our then function. And if any of promise reject, then it call check function. Let me show you the syntax. How can we write Promise.all function? Suppose we have a promise named P1, and inside the promise you can see I create a function, and inside the function I print a message in our console, Promise1, and I'm going to solve this promise. So I call resolve function and print a message 1. Similarly, I create another promise named P2, and inside the console log I print our message is Promise2, and also I resolve this promise and send message 2, and now I want to check this promise at once. For that, we can use our Promise.all function. When we use .all function, inside the round braces, we can use array, and we can pass multiple promises. Something like that. Inside the square braces, P1, P2. If we have 50 promises, following the same method, we can check all the promises. Just use comma and type promise name. There is an advantage to using it. We have to call then and catch function for once. We don't need to use both of the function multiple times. And inside the then and catch function, we can type our different codes. And I will give you the practical demonstration. And it's time to back to my Visual Studio Code Editor. So finally I'm back to my Visual Studio Code Editor. You can see side by side I open my Visual Studio Code Editor and I open my browser using Live Server extension. First I'm going to type our script tag. Then inside this script tag I'm going to create our first promise. Let P1 equal to new promise. Inside the round braces I'm going to create an arrow function. As you know, our promise always return a result. Either is resolve, either is reject. For resolve I'm going to take a variable named resolve, and for reject I'm going to take variable reject. You can type any name. Inside this function I'm going to use setTimeout function, and inside the setTimeout function I'm going to create arrow function, and I'm going to hold our code for we are going to use multiple promises and their timings are different, and I want to run our first promise after once again. So I type 1 multiplied by 1000. So when I call this message, it prints something in our console. So I'm going to type console.log. Inside the round braces, the first promise has resolved. And then I'm going to call our resolve function. I assume that our function always resolved. And I want to send a numeric value in our resolve function. So I type 5. So this is our first promise. Similarly, I'm going to create another promise. So I select the code and duplicate it. And our promise name is P2. And also I'm going to print in our console, the second promise has resolved. And our resolve function, I'm going to send 10 as value. And I want to delay this promise for 3 seconds. Similarly, I'm going to create another promise. So I select the promise and duplicate it. And our promise name is P3. Console.log, I'm going to send a message. The third promise has resolved. And in my resolve function, I'm going to pass 30 as value, and I want to delay this promise for 5 seconds. Now I want to check all the promise at once. So I'm going to use Promise.all method. So I'm going to type Promise.all inside the round braces. If you want to check multiple promises, then you need to use array. So inside the square braces, first I type P1, P2, P3. This method going to check all the promises one by one. Then I'm going to use then function for resolve. And also I'm going to use catch function for reject dot catch. If any of one of these three promise is rejected, then it run catch function automatically. And remember, then and catch is our callback functions. And inside the then function, I'm going to create an arrow function named result. Inside the curly braces, you can see here that each function has sent one result in our result function, 5, 10, 30, and I want to print all of 3 at once. Console.log, inside the round braces, I'm going to use template string method. Inside the backticks, results, colon, $, inside the square braces, result. So it's print the value of result, which we get from result function. Similarly, I'm going to create another arrow function inside our catch function. And our function name is error. And inside the console, it's going to print error message. So basically I create 3 different promises. And every time I print a message in our console. And every promise send different value in result function. As you can see, 5, 10 and 30. Let's set the file. And if I show you my console, you can see first it print, first promise has result. Then after 2 seconds, it print our second message. And after 5 seconds, it print our third message. At the end, we get our result as an array from. And if you want to calculate our results value, yes, you can. Inside my then function, we need to use for in loop. So inside the then function, but first we need to set a variable var total equal to 0. Then inside the then function, for inside the round braces var I in result, I want to addition all the values and save the value in our total variable. So I type total plus equal to result. Our result is an array. So inside the square braces, we need to define our item I. Also I want to show the result. So I duplicate this console line and inside the backticks, I type total and inside the curly braces, I'm going to pass total variable value. And now I'm going to save this file. And you can see it print our promise messages. And at last it print our total value. If all the functions are running well, then our Promise.all method call then function. If any of method return reject, then our Promise.all function return catch function. So I'm going to reject one of the promise. In our case, promise 3. I comment out the result function and I'm going to call reject function and print message reject. And if I set this file, you can see in my console, it print the first promise has resolved. Then it print the second promise has resolved. For our third promise, it print the third promise has reject. And our Promise.all method run catch function. Error reject. Our then function did not work here. And I'm going to show you another example. You can see these 3 promises are very similar type of promise. So we can make it smaller. So I'm going to delete these 2 promises. And I'm going to create a new promise here. And I'm going to convert this promise into a function. First I create a promise. Then inside the promise, I'm going to call a common function. And our function name is proCall. And inside the function, I'm going to pass 2 parameters. For resolved value, I'm going to pass a numeric parameter. And for our console.log message, I'm going to pass string parameter first. So this is our first promise. Similarly, I'm going to create two other promise, P2 and P3. And I also change our message. For result, I'm going to pass 15. And for our console message, I'm going to pass second. Similarly, for promise 3, result value is 20. And our console value is third. But first we need to create a function named ProCall. Now I want to make our setTimeout a function, not a promise. So I remove the code and type let ProCall equal to function. And inside the function, our first parameter is return data and our second parameter is message. Inside the return data, we are going to pass 10, 15, 20. And inside the message variable, we are going to pass first, second, third. You can type any name. And now I am going to use this parameter in our console. So console.log, inside the console.log, I am going to make it dynamic. Inside the backticks, the $curly braces, inside the curly braces, our message. And if our promise is resolved, it send return data as value. And I want to change setTimeout function dynamically. So I'm going to send return data value into 100. So first time it delay for 1 second, then it delay for 1.5 seconds, and our third promise is delay for 2 seconds. We know every promise function returns something, either resolve or reject. But we do not create any basic function which is going to return resolve or reject. So I'm going to cut this setTimeout function and I'm going to create a basic function and I'm going to send two parameters, resolve and reject. And inside the curly braces, I'm going to paste our setTimeout function. It's an anonymous function. It's going to return promise. So when we call ProCall function, it's return the anonymous function. So we need to type return keyword for this. It's basically a function which we call in our promise function. So it's a promise. So it's going to return resolve or reject. And then it show our dynamic message, setTimeout. And we don't need to change anything. So I'm going to save the file. And you can see in my console, it dynamically print our messages. And if you want to change resolve value, yes, you can. Let's change it. Our first value is 20, and our second value is 40, and our third value is 60. If I save this code, our first promise is delay for 2 seconds, and next one is delay for 4 seconds. And after 6 seconds, it print our third promise, and then it print our total, 120. And now I am going to create another promise, which is going to return reject value. So I duplicate this line and change the name P4. And inside this promise, I am going to create an anonymous function, and it takes two arguments, resolve and reject. And this time I want to call reject function. And inside the reject function, I am going to pass a message. The fourth promise has rejected. So when I save the code, our Promise.all method going to call catch function. Let's save the code and see what happened. But before save the code, we need to call this promise in our Promise.all function, P3, P4. And if I save this code, you can see in my console, first it print the error, the fourth promise has rejected, then it execute our promise one by one. And there is no total value in our console because our Promise.all method return catch function. So I hope you understand what is Promise.all method. And now you know why and how we use promise method. Thanks for watching this video. See you in the next tutorial. Hello friends, nice to see you back. This is our advanced JavaScript course. In this video, we are going to learn what is AJAX. Let's try to understand what is the meaning of AJAX. All the characters you see inside the AJAX have some meanings. A means asynchronize, and J stands for JavaScript, A for and X stands for XML. XML is some kind of data format. Basically, AJAX used to create fast and dynamic web pages. First, let's try to understand how we can make our page fast and dynamic using AJAX. Suppose we have a website. We have header, navbar, and sidebar in our website. And we also have a content bar. And now I want to create separate page for all of the links. But when we click any of link, I want to load only this content part, not the whole website. Without content, everything is same inside the web page. Like navbar, header, sidebar. I don't want to load our CSS JavaScript every time. So you can understand how fast it will become because of this. I'm going to show you another example. Suppose we have a sidebar in our website and I want to show current update notice in this section. And I also want user don't need to refresh this page to get the update. It is also possible with AJAX. So let's try to understand how AJAX work basically. Suppose I have client and I have server. So our client requests to our server for a content and then our server send a response. And this response may contain any file or data. All that happens here, when server responds to our client, then client has to refresh this page to get the data. But if we're talking about AJAX, it's little different. In that case, server do not send data to client directly. We use JavaScript between them. JavaScript have a special class only for AJAX named XML HTTP request. Because of this, whatever we want to send to the request in our server, it goes to background. Then the request goes to the server and bring the response from the server. And without refreshing our page, it shows the content. And this content can be of three types. Maybe it normal text file, either XML format data, otherwise JSON data. And we can divide this whole process in 5 steps. In JavaScript, we call the 5 steps ready state. You need to remember ready state name because we use this name for further works. Let's define the 5 steps. Our first step is 0. Here we do not initialize any request. It's totally neutral. And then come our step 1. Here we connect our server with local system. Only then we can send request. And in our third step, the server start processing whatever request we send. As soon as the processing of the server completes, and then come our fourth step. In this step, our processing is complete and server is ready to send response. We use this in our coding language. Basically, we remember these codes 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Every code has a meaning. If I send ready state 3, it's mean server processing our request. And if I said ready state 4, it's mean server sent our response. Let's talk about what we get inside the response. Basically, we get two things from server. First one is status and second one is response text. If we request for text, then it responds text. And if we request for XML, then it responds XML. These are JavaScript properties. We can use it in our codes. If we get text from our server, then we use response text. And similarly, if we get XML, then we use response XML. And if I talk about status, basically status is a code. With this status code, we can check whatever we get from the server, is it proper or not. Inside this status, basically it sends 3 code. First is 200, then 403 and 404. Every codes have their own meaning. 200 means okay. Whatever you request to your server, if it fulfill your request, then it send okay status. Then it sends status code 200. Then come 403. If server do not respond your request, maybe there is a problem on this server. At last, it sent 404. It's mean whatever we request to our server, it is not available in this server. There are lots of status code, but these 3 are very basic one. And if you want to learn more about status code, just search on Google HTTP status code. So we learn how AJAX work. And now we are going to learn how we can write AJAX in our JavaScript. First of all, we need to create an object using XML HTTP request. And we already learned about object and classes in our previous videos. You can take your own variable name. This is not mandatory. In my case, our variable name is XHTP and I create object using this class, which is XML HTTP request. Using this object, we can send any request to our server, and also we can get any response from our server. And if you want to access any file from a server, in that case, we have two methods, open and send. We need to use it together. Our first method comes with three parameters. Our first parameter is method, and our second parameter is file name, mean which file you want to access. And our third parameter is access mode. Let's talk about these parameters. Our first parameter is method. Basically, we have two types of methods, get and post. If we use get to send data, that anyone can read the data. And if you don't want to show data to anyone, in that case, you need to use post. When we try to log in a website, in that case, we use post method because we don't want to show login details to anyone. But if you search query on Google or YouTube, then you can read your query from URL bar. In our second parameter, we need to provide file name. In our case, it is txt file. It could be any file, Python file, PHP file, JS file, and our last parameter is async mode. It have only two values, either true, either false. True means you open async mode, means asynchronous mode. And in the next video, I'm going to cover what is async mode. Just remember one thing. If your async mode is true, the rest of the work will be done until the data comes from the server. And if we set false, our file do not execute our next code until we get response from the server. So I suggest you always set true this value. So this is our open method. To send this request, we use another method named send. Help of this method, we send our request into the server. With this, we always check ready state. It tells us whether the request is coming from the server or not. And we have a different function to check this ready state, which is on ready state change. Similarly, I use my object name, then I use my on ready state change method. It's work like an event. Whenever our server send different type of status, it's automatically print this status. Basically, in this function, we check a condition. To check server status, we need to use if condition, something like that. If inside the round braces, this dot ready state equal to 4 and this dot status equal to 200, we already learned about ready state. We have 5 different ready state. So if ready state value is 4 and our status is 200, then whatever we get from the server, we can set this in our HTML page. Something like that. You can see document.getElement by ID, and we can target HTML element using ID. In our case, our ID is demo, and we can set element inner HTML equal to this dot response text. It's mean whatever text we get from the server, we can set in our HTML structure. Let me explain it once again. First, I'm going to create an object using a class name XML HTTP request. It's mean for our further work, I'm going to use AJAX. And in our open function, we need to define which file I want to open. And also we need to set async mode true because I don't want to stop my other functions. Then using send method, we send our request. With that, we always check our ready state status. If ready state is 4, it's mean we get our response from the server. And then we can show our response in our HTML file. So we don't need to refresh our whole page to get updated data. So it refresh only our particular HTML section, not the whole page. Let's start the practical. But before we start the practical, I want to say one thing. If you want to run AJAX, then you need live server. You can purchase your own live server. Otherwise, you can use XAMPP or WAMP localhost server. But I'm going to use inbuilt live server from our Visual Studio Code Editor. So this is my personal recommendation. You can try Visual Studio Code Editor. So without live server, it is not possible. So it's time to back to my Visual Studio Code Editor. So you can see, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code Editor and I open my browser using live server extension. And I already created an HTML file in my directory. And I want to load a text file in my index.html file using AJAX. So I create a text file name text.txt inside content directory. And you can see inside this text file I write some text. Hello, I am text file. So I'm going to load this file in my index.html file using AJAX. First I'm going to create a paragraph tag and our ID is demo. And inside this paragraph I'm going to type here we load data. And now I'm going to create a button. So whenever we click the button, it brings all the text from text.txt file and print inside the paragraph tag. And our button name is click. And I'm going to use onClick event. Inside onClick, I'm going to use a function, load data. Inside this function, we are going to create our AJAX. And if I save this file, you can see in my browser, it prints our static data. So at first, I'm going to create script tag. And inside the script tag, I'm going to create a function named load data. So as I told you earlier, first we need to create an object using XML HTTP request class. So I'm going to take a variable which is XHTTP equal to new XML HTTP request class. You can take any name for your variable. Then I'm going to open my object. So I'm going to use XHTTP dot open function. As a parameter, first we need to declare our method. And I'm going to use get method. And then we need to declare which file I want to access, mean our file path. First I'm going to type our folder name, then /text.txt. And then we need to send boolean parameter. If you want to use synchronize mode, then you need to send true value. So I'm going to pass true. To send this request, I'm going to use another method .send, xhtp.send. From here, our request will send to the server. If we send request to server, a response will come from there. So, to check this response, I'm going to write some code. At the same time, we will also check our status stage. For this, I'm going to take my object name dot. I'm going to use a method onReadyStateChange. And then I create a function, something like that. The function will continuously run whenever onReadyStateChange its value. And inside this function, we need to check response has came or not. When our ready state value would be 4, it's mean we get our response. So I'm going to run a if condition inside this function. If inside the round braces this dot ready state equal to 4 and this dot status equal to 200, this mean our object. We already learned about it. Just remember one thing. We check server response with ready state and the exact file which we want to access is available in the server or not. For check this status, we use dot status. And if the status is 200, it's mean the file is available in our server. And inside the function, I want to show you the exact response in my console. Console.log inside the round braces this dot response txt. Using this dot response text property, we can print the server response in our console. Let me explain it once again. First, I create a button in my HTML page and assign a function on this button named load data. And then I create this function inside my script tag. And inside the function, first I create an object named xhtp. Using this object, we can send request to our server. And I want to send request for text.txt file. And using send method, we send our request. And then I use onReadyStateChange property to check server status. And when server status match with 4, then inside this console it print the text. So let's save the file. And I'm going to click the button. And you can see in my console, it print all the text from our text.txt file. And if I change anything in our text file, so I type hello world and save this file, you can see in my browser, it automatically reload our browser because we are using live server and this file is connected with our server. And if I click this button, you can see the updated content. So you can see which we had requested from the server, it is working properly. And if you want to show this message in your web page, not in console, Then you need to use document method. I'm going to comment out this console.log line and type document.getElementById. by ID. Inside the round braces, I'm going to provide our paragraph ID demo dot inner HTML equal to this dot response.txt. And if I save this file and click on this button, you can see it print the text in our browser. Using inner HTML method, we can change HTML content inside HTML tag. But the question is, if we receive error status, then what? For this, we need to create another else if condition. So I'm going to duplicate this if condition and change if with else if. If our status is 404 and I don't want to show 404 message to my client, so inside the inner HTML I'm going to set not found. If the text file not available in our server, then it's going to print not found. And I'm going to save this file and click the button. You can see it return our file content because this file is available in our server. But if I change our file name, and I'm going to change my file name text1.txt and save the file and back to my index.html page, and if I click on this button, you can see in my browser it print not found. But inside my console it print 404. So you can set condition for different type of HTTP response. And if I change the file name text1.txt and try to print this content in our browser, you can see this time it print our content. And now I want to show one thing. With our console tag, there is another tag named network. When we work with AJAX, it sends response in our XHR tag. X means XML, H means HTTP, R means response. You can see in response we get a file from a server named text1.txt and its server status is 200. It's a AJAX request, so the type is XHR. And if I click on the txt file, you can see the preview and also you can see the response and also you can see the timing. Here you can see how long it took to come from the server. And if you click on the header, you can see the URL path, request method, get, status code, OK, and also you can see my remote address. This was normal text, but in actual life we use JSON data. For practice purpose, we can retrieve fake JSON data. There are lots of websites who can provide fake JSON data, and I'm going to use this website, JSON placeholder. And if you scroll down a little bit, you can see resource option, and I'm going to use post data. It's provide us 100 demo data, something like that. This is also dummy data. And now I want to show all of this post in our website. For this, I'm going to copy whole the URL. And I'm going to pass this URL in our open method. And I'm going to save this file. And I back to my index file. And I'm going to open my console once again. Let's open the network tab. And I'm going to show my XHR status. And now I'm going to click the button. And you can see it print our all posts in my browser. And you can see it print out all the posts in my browser. And also you can see file name post, status 200, type XHR, file size 7.7 KB, and response time 624 milliseconds. And you can see lots of data in our browser. We cannot understand it properly. And I'm going to print it in our console. And I'm going to just uncomment this console.log line. And I don't want to print all the data in our browser. I just want to print in our console. And I'm going to save this file. Let's hit the click button. Now you can see in our console, it print all the data very well formatted. You can see different titles, different ID, etc. So using AJAX without refreshing our page, we can retrieve data from our server. And last thing I want to say, you can see it's a long method. It can complicate our code. So most of the developers using jQuery to run AJAX. Otherwise, developer use a new method named fetch, which is introduced in JavaScript ES6 version. So in the next video, we are going to learn about fetch API. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I'm back with a new tutorial related advanced JavaScript. And in this tutorial we are going to learn a new method, which is fetch. In our previous tutorial we learned about AJAX. With that we learn a new method named XML HTTP request. With the help of it we can use AJAX in JavaScript. But it's come with little disadvantage, because we need to write some line of unnecessary codes. To solve this kind of problem, JavaScript introduces a new method, which is fetch. Using fetch method, we can do everything what we did with AJAX. Basically, we can create CRUD application using fetch method. If you want to insert data in your database, yes, you can. Also, you can update your data, read your data, and delete your data. It's quite fast compared to XML HTTP request. And also, it is very lightweight. Now, let me show you the syntax of fetch method. At first, we need to call the fetch method. Fetch, round braces, and semicolon to end this line. Then, if you want to read a file from the server, in that case, you need to provide the file path, otherwise URL. And it could be any file. It may be a text file, JSON file, PHP file, any server-side file. And this fetch method return a promise. And as we know, whenever we return a promise, it could be successful, otherwise failed. And if our promise returns success, we need to use then function. And we are going to do the same thing with fetch. And as you know, using then function, we can do our further work. But here we use then function to print the data in our document, because this then function also return a promise. So again I need to use a then function to handle this promise. Then again, at the same way, we need to create a function inside this then function. And this function going to receive the response from the server. Whatever data we get from this URL, otherwise file, we are going to send this data to this function. And it's going to store to this variable. In our case, response. And you can take any variable name as you wish. And we do not print this response in our document. Just we return this response. Return response dot data. Data means data format. Data is not a method. Here we need to mention what type of data we receive from the server. Text data, otherwise JSON data. And after receive the data, we need to send the data in another then function. And we can handle it like that. Dot, again we need to call then function, then inside the then function, function result. So this is our first then function, and this is our second then function. So as I told you, our first then function also return a promise, and we need to handle this promise with another then function. And here we take a variable name result. Now we can use the final result which I got from this server. We can use it anywhere. If you want to use it with console, yes, you can. Also you can print in your document. So this is the success part of promise. And as you know, with promise, we can also handle the failed part. To handle the error part, we need to use catch function. So this is how, at the same way, we can use catch function to handle the error and print error message. Last, we need to use catch function. Then we need to create a function and we need to take a variable. And this variable is going to store the error message. And we can print the error message in our console, otherwise document. So this is how our fetch API, otherwise fetch method work. But remember, to run a fetch method, you need to use live server. Live server is very important to run fetch method. If you install XAMPP or WAMP live server, then it's okay. But if you don't have live servers, then you can install live server extension. In our case, I'm going to use Visual Studio Code Editor, and we are going to use live servers. So without live server, fetch API not going to work. So this is it for this tutorial. From the next tutorial, we are going to start the practical. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Here you can see I open my web editor and I create a HTML file index.html, and I open this file in my browser using live server extension, and I'm going to open my console in my browser. In this video, we are going to read a text file using fetch method. And you can see in my directory, I create a folder named content. And inside this content folder, I already create a text file. And in this text file, I type some dummy text. So I want to read this text file in our HTML page. For this, I'm going to type script tag inside our body tag. And now I'm going to use our method fetch. And inside the curly braces, we need to provide the path of our text file content/text.txt. Whenever this file send data in response, to retrieve this data, we need to use then function. Then. Inside the round braces, I'm going to create another function. We receive our response in this function. So I'm going to create a variable named response. You can take any name for this variable. But the fact is, we work on ES6 version. So we can use arrow function. So I'm going to convert this function into an arrow function. First I remove function keyword. Then I use arrow sign. Inside the curly braces, whatever response we get from our server, we just return. But first I want to print in our console what we get from our server. Console.log inside the round braces, response. And if I save this file, you can see in my console, we get a lot of things from our server as response. URL, body, header, status code, and we already know if our server's response is successful, then our status code would be 200. These are not very useful information. We just want to access our main content. Our file return text. So we need to use another method to retrieve the text. Response.text. And if I save this file, you can see in my console, our promise state fulfilled. And our promise result is our text content. So our then function return a promise. And now I'm going to return the text because our then function return a promise. And now I'm going to create another then function after this then function. So I'm going to copy the function and I'm going to call this function right behind on this function. And whatever our first then function return, to store this value, I'm going to create another variable in our new then function, data. And now I'm going to print this data in our console. Console.log inside the round braces, data. And if I save this file, now you can see in my console, it print our exact content, what we want to access from our server. Not only that, we can print in our browser. Document.write inside the round braces, data. And if I save this file, you can see in my browser, it print the file data in our browser. And we can make our code more smaller. Basically, we use arrow function. So we don't need to write return statement for this. So I'm going to remove it and make it one-liner. And we are going to follow the similar step for our second then function. And if I save this file, you can see the same result. If we use fetch method in our arrow function, then just we need to write one line of code to retrieve data from the server. Here we retrieve normal text from our server. Now I want to retrieve JSON data from server. For this, I'm going to use fake data. So I open a new tab, fake JSON data. And I'm going to use this website, JSON placeholder. You can use any website, but most of the time I like to use this website. And if I scroll down a little bit, and here you can see how we can use fake JSON data with fetch API. And if you scroll down a little bit, you can see some JSON resource. And this time I'm going to access user data. And if I click on it, you can see 10 users data. You can see their name, their ID, their email, their addresses. It's a fake data. So I'm going to use this data. You can see in my browser, this JSON data is well organized because I use JSON viewer extension. Maybe in your browser, it is not well prettified. So I suggest you download this extension and I'm going to copy this URL. And I'm going to replace our local file path with this URL. So now we're trying to access a JSON file. So we need to use response.json method. And I want to print our JSON file in my console. Console.log inside the parenthesis data. And if I save this file, you can see in my console, we get 10 record as an object. And if I open it, you can see the same information. Name, username, email, user address, user phone number, user website, etc. So using Fetch API, we can retrieve JSON data. And if you work with PHP file, similarly it provides JSON data. And as I told you earlier, when we run fetch method, it's not mean it's always return success. It also can return error. If file not available in server, sometimes server not response. To resolve this kind of problem, we use catch method. So I'm going to use .catch. And we already learned about catch in our previous videos. Inside the round braces, I'm going to take a variable named error. And I'm going to use arrow function. And in my console, I'm going to print our error. If I set this file, you can see in my console there is no error because our request worked successfully. But if I change the URL path and I'm going to remove U from user, now there is no file name ACRS in that server. And if I save this file, you can see there is an error. We don't get any proper message, but just it show 404 means file not found. And if I show you the network section, and you can see the file name ACRS status 404 type fetch, and also you can see size and response time. And now I want to print this data in our document, means in our browser. For this, we need to use for in loop. So I'm going to remove this console.log section and I type curly brace. Inside the curly brace, and I'm going to use for in loop. For inside the round braces var a in data, then inside the round braces document.write a. What do you think? Is it going to print all the document at once? No. Let's run the code. You can see it print 10 numbers 0 to 9. And once again I'm going to show you the console.log data. And if I run this code, you can see in my console, oops, I did some silly mistake. We need to write this console.log section outside the for loop. And if I run this code, you can see it's written an object. But inside the object, there are 10 more objects. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we need to print their values to get proper result. To retrieve this value, we are going to use a variable value. A means object key. So inside the round braces, I'm going to type data. And inside the square braces, I'm going to pass the key variable. And if I set this file, you can see in my browser, it's print object, object, object. Because there are more objects inside this object. We cannot print object like this. We need to define exact object key. Suppose I want to print object name. So inside the document.write function, I'm going to use template string method. Inside the backticks, $sign and curly brace. And I'm going to pass data and square braces. And then I use br tag for break the line. First I declare our index. Then we need to declare our exact key. So I type .name. And if I set this file, now you can see in my browser all the username. And if you want to print user email with their name, I'm going to type --. And I'm going to duplicate this code. And I replace name with their email. And if I set this file, now you can see in my browser, it print username and their email also. You can see in my console. Similarly, you can use all the key to retrieve particular data. And you can see inside the object 0, there is another object named address. And now you decide to print user city from the address. In that case, first you need to use address keyword dot address. And once again, you need to use dot to specify the exact query. And I only want to retrieve city from the address bar. So I type .city. And if I save this file, now you can see in my browser, it print username with their city. So in that way, we can print data in a table. If you notice, here we retrieve JSON data from online server. And we also retrieve JSON data from local file. Let me show you the example. If I show you my current working directory, you can see there is a folder named content. And inside the content folder, I already created a JSON file named student.json. And inside this JSON file, I already insert some data, student name, student age, and their city. And now I want to retrieve this local data using fetch API. So first I'm going to change our file path, content / our file name. student.json. So first I'm going to stop this for loop. So I'm going to comment out this because their key is different. First I want to show the data in our console. If I save this file, you can see in my console, we receive two data. And you can see our student details. And our keys are name, age and city. And if you want to show the data using for loop, and once again I'm going to enable this for loop. And I don't need to address section, so I'm going to remove it. And I just want to print student name and their city. And if I save this file, you can see the result in our browser. It print student name and their city. And if you want to show dynamic error message on your browser, you can. Inside the catch method, I'm going to type document.write can't fetch data. And I'm going to change our file path. I'm going to remove s from student. And if I save the file, you can see in my browser it print our catch function message can't fetch data. And if I show you my console, you can see it's print 404 means file not found. So I hope now you understand how it's work. In the next tutorial, I'm going to show you how we can insert data in live server using Fetch API. Thanks for watching this video. In this video, we are going to learn how can we insert data in server using Fetch API. For that, we need to provide server-side file path, maybe PHP file, Python file or .NET file. With that, we pass some parameter. So I use comma and I use curly braces. And inside the curly braces, we use some properties and they have some different values. Our first property is method. As I told you earlier, we have different method to retrieve data and send data. And if you want to insert data, then we need to use post method. But for JSON, we have some more method. When we need to insert data to our server, we need to use post method. But if you want to update server data, then you need to use put. And if I want to delete server data, then we need to use delete method. And you just want to read data, then you need to use get method. And then come our second property, which is body. Inside the body, we pass those data which we have to insert in our server. And it can be different. Maybe HTML from data, JSON data, or text data. And then we need to pass our header. We need to declare the format. However, we want to send data to the server through the body. I just want to say content type. For this, we need to type a keyword content type. And then we need to type application/data format. In our case, JSON. It's mean whatever data we send from our body, it's a JSON formatted data. Suppose we don't want to send JSON data. I want to send HTML from data. In that case, we need to use different content type. Application/x-www-from-URL encoded. If you want to send from data directly, then you need to use this method. So let me show you the practical. And now I am going to insert data to our server using Fetch API. And you know, we don't have any real database. So I'm going to use fake JSON data. So I'm going to use our old website named JSON placeholder. And if I scroll down a little bit, you can see a link named guide. Inside this link, you can get the code that you can use to send data to server using Fetch API. If you want to read data, then you need to use this code. And if I scroll down a little bit, you can see an option creating a resource. So using this code, we can insert data in our live server through Fetch API. And you can see the header, content type, method, post, and you can see another function named json.stringify. What is the meaning of it? However data we get from our user, it's a JavaScript object. And we cannot save JavaScript object directly to JSON file. So we use a function named json.stringify. It converts the JavaScript object into a JSON data. And we already know if we try to send JSON data, then we need to declare our content type, application JSON. So I'm going to use this whole code. So I select and copy it. And inside the script tag, I'm going to override the code. So using this file, I'm going to insert new data to our server. And you can see our server path in our URL section. And if I save the file and back to the page, and you can see in my console, it returned the data what we insert in our server. You can see ID 101, title FOO, and user ID 1. This is the response from our server. It's a dummy data, so it's not going to save permanently. But this is the exact method we should follow when we try to insert data in server using fetch API. It's a fake data. If I change the title, hello world, and save the code, you can see an error in our console. It is not 404. This website provides a demo file, so we cannot add different data to their server. We can use this website link for practice purpose. But if we use our own PHP code or any other server-side language, then we can save the data in that server. Not only that, you can create the object outside the body tag. Let me show you. So I'm going to copy the object content, and outside the fetch API, I'm going to create a variable var obj. Obj equal to, I create a JavaScript object using same key and value. And inside the body section, I'm going to convert this JavaScript object into a JSON data. So JSON.stringify inside the round braces obj. And if I save this file, you can see the response in our console. So I hope now it's clear for you what is fetch method and how we can use. And if I back to the JSON placeholder guide, you can see updating resource method. Just you need to change your method name, put, and you need to follow the similar step. That's it. And for delete data, just you need to use delete method. And in your URL, you need to provide the exact index number. You can see post/1. I hope you enjoyed this video. Thanks for watching this video. See you on the next tutorial. Hello friends, nice to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn two new features of JavaScript, async and await. Let's try to explore what is async function. As we make normal functions, in our case, test, if I type async keyword before the function keyword, then it will become a async function. But the question is, what is the difference between a normal function and a async function? Async function always return a promise, and we learned about promise in our previous videos. And we know promise return two type of function, resolve and reject. Based on this, we do our further work. If it resolve, then we call then function. And if our promise is rejected, then automatically call catch function. So our async function work like promise. It may be resolve or reject. Similarly, we can call then function for resolve, and we can call catch function for reject. Now the question is, why we use the async function since we already have the promise method? If you remember, there is a little complication in our promise method. Every time we need to declare resolve or reject function in promise. To resolve this kind of complication, JavaScript introduces async function. It is very easy to operate. Just you need to type async keyword before the function keyword, and you don't need to change in your function. And I want to tell one thing. Our promise function introduced in JavaScript ES6 version and async function introduced in JavaScript ES 2017 version. From here, you can understand why JavaScript introduced async function. The answer is simple. To resolve promise complication, all the things that we could do inside the promise method, we can do in async function. So without wasting your time, let's back to the Visual Studio Code Editor. Here you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code Editor and I open my browser using Live Server extension. And I already created a HTML file named index.html. First, I'm going to create script tag. Inside this script tag, I'm going to create a normal function test, and this function going to return a string, hello world. Let's call the test function, and I want to call this function in my console.log inside the parenthesis test. Let's save the file. You can see in my console it print hello world. There is nothing new here. It's basically a normal function. Let's convert the function into a async function. For this, we need to type async keyword before the function keyword. Now this is not a normal function. This function only work on asynchronous mode, means in our background. And if I save this file, you can see in my console, it return a promise. You can see in my console, promise result, hello world, promise state fulfilled. So now it's clear for you If we use async keyword before the function, it's return a promise. And we already know we can use then or catch function with promise. Let's see. So I'm going to comment out this line and then I'm going to call this function test. In our async function, we don't need to use resolve or reject function. We can directly call then function. And inside the then function, I'm going to create an arrow function. Whatever this function return, and if it runs successfully, our then function call automatically, and inside the then function we can print our return value. Console.log inside the parenthesis result, and we need to create the result variable as parameter to store value result. You can take any name, and if I save this file, you can see in my console it print hello world. There is various method to create async function in JavaScript. We can create async function with normal arrow function. Let me show you. First, I'm going to take a variable named test. Let test equal to, and this is our async function. So this is another way to create async function. If I save this file, you can see in my console, it's written hello world. It's mean it's worked properly. And if I want to fit in an arrow function, yes, I can. For this, we don't need to type function keyword. And then I use equal to and greater than sign. And you know, if there is single statement in our arrow function, then we can delete this curly braces. And we can make it one-liner. And also we can remove this return keyword. And if I save this file, you can see it's worked properly. So you can see how small our function has become. Let's try to understand what is await method. Let's talk about await method. Await method works inside the async method. To run await method, first we need to create async function. As you can see on your screen, we create a async function named test. And inside the function, I print 3 statements. If I call this function, it's going to print 3 of the statement one by one. Suppose we have any code after this function, then it will print after that. Let's talk about await method. We can use await method in our async function. Just we need to type await keyword before any of the code line, something like that. The meaning of the line is, I told my compiler to wait after printing log B. What is the advantage of this? Until the console B process is completed, then the code outside of our async function start executing. If I call the test function, first it's going to print console A. Then it come to await method. And here I told my async function to wait. It print console B. After that, whatever code is there, it will not execute it. So it jumps outside the test function and try to execute our other code. And when all the other codes are completed, it will come back to await function. And it will check whether our work is done or not. If our code is complete, then whatever code is there inside the async function, it will start execute. So when we use await method in async function, it stop executing our function and jump outside the function and try to execute other codes. And when other codes are completed, it back to the await method and try to execute other async function code. Mainly we use it when we want to fetch data from server, and we use it with our fetch method. Using this fetch method, we can retrieve data from the server. It may be JSON data or text data. The data we want to fetch from the server may take a while to arrive, and our external code continue to run until the data came from the server. When the complete data comes in, it goes back to await function again. Then we continue to do the following task of our function. So let's start the practical and see how we can use await method with our async function. Here you can see, once again I open my Visual Studio Code Editor and my Chrome browser, and I already create an async function named test, which is empty. So first I'm going to print a statement outside the function. Console.log inside the parenthesis 1:message. It's mean this is our first message. Here we are going to understand how await function works, and I'm going to copy the same message and paste it inside the async function, and I'm going to duplicate it 2 times. And also I'm going to change their ID 2, 3 and 4. So first it's going to print our message1 statement. Then it's going to call our function test, which is a async function. Then it print our 3 statements inside the async function. And once again I'm going to print in our console another message 5. If I save this file, you can see in my console, it print all the messages serially. Message 1, message 2, message 3, message 4, message 5. From 2 to 4, they are all from async function. And now I'm going to type await method before the message 3. I already told you what is the meaning of await. Wait and complete the job. Until this work is done, complete our another work. Then it's returned to our await function and check is it finished or not. If finished, then it print message 4. So I'm going to save this file once again. And you can see it's changed our sequence. You can see first it print message 1. Then I call our function test, which is a async function. So it print his first statement 2. Then it print await message, mean message 3. But I also declare our function to wait. As long as it is waiting, the message outside the test function will be printed. So after 3, it's print 5, not 4. As soon as the job is done, it's came back again to check is it work properly or not. If it works properly, then print message 4. So in that way, our await method work in our async function. If we try to run await method without async function, then it's return error. And now I'm going to show you what is the actual use of await method. Where and why we use await method. Whenever we try to fetch data from the server, then we need to use await method. So here I'm going to use fetch method. And we learned about it in our previous video. And here I'm going to fetch a JSON data. And I already created a JSON file in my current working directory. Let me show you. Here you can see I create a folder named contain. And inside this folder, you can see a JSON file named student.json. And we have 3 records in our file. Name, age and city. It's a JSON format. Also you can retrieve fake JSON data from website, basically for testing purpose. So let's back to the index.html file. And now I'm going to use the fetch method. So first I'm going to create a variable. And I'm going to remove this line. Const response equal to fetch. And inside the fetch method, I'm going to pass my URL. Content/student.json. So before this fetch function, I'm going to use our method await. It's mean I told my function to wait and fetch the complete data from our JSON file. Until the process complete, it's run our next codes. As soon as all work is over, it's returned to the await function and continue with next lines. We know our fetch method return a promise. So I'm going to create a variable. But first I'm going to remove this line. Const student equal to, and once again I'm going to use await method response.json, and we learned about it in our previous video. Basically our fetch method return JSON or text format. So in response we get JSON file. So we need to use .json. And I'm going to return all the data which I retrieved from the JSON file. Return student. And I return student value. And we know our async function return a promise. So first it's going to print message 1. And then it's going to run my function test. It's an async function. So it's going to print message 2. After that we are asking to wait here. After our first await function, I'm going to print another message. Message 3. And also I'm going to create a variable for our function call. Let x equal to test. And I want to print this response in our console. So I'm going to type console.log inside the round braces x. Let's save the code. You can see in my console, as you can see, first it print message 1. And then we call our function test. So it's print message 2. And then I told it to wait. Here I am going to fetch data from server. So it's jumped out of this function and started working on message 4. So you can see in my console section, it print 4 after 2. And when message 4 is complete, we call our X variable. So it's going back to the async function and it get a response from server. And you can see it print our response as a promise. And you can see we have two array in our promise. And our promise state is fulfilled. After complete the promise section, then it print our message 3. In that way, we use async and await method with our fetch function. And now I'm going to remove all the extra messages. So I'm going to remove all the console section. Now it's looking pretty simple. First we run await function for our fetch content. It will keep waiting until the data comes from the server. And we told our response to wait once again. So I use another await method. Then we return our result. If I save this file, you can see in my console, as a result, we get a promise. And we have two array in our promise. Because in our JSON file, we have two results. And as you know, we can use then and catch function with promise method. So first I'm going to remove the console section. And also I'm going to remove this variable x. So first we call our test function. If it return promise successfully, then we are going to use then function. And inside the then function, I'm going to create a arrow function. And also I'm going to create catch method after that. Dot catch. Inside the parenthesis, I'm going to create another arrow function. If there is an error in our function, then automatically it run catch function. And now I'm going to save student record in a variable. And our variable name is res data, means response data. And I'm going to print this value in our console. Console.log res data. And if there is an error in our code, our catch method going to print another message, error message. So I'm going to create another variable, error. Inside the arrow function, I'm going to print console.log error. So first we called our async function test, and it return a promise. If promise is fulfilled, then it run then function. And if there is an error in our function, it automatically run catch function. And if I save this file, you can see in my console, it return an array. And if I open this array, you can see it provide JSON object. And if I change file path, so I'm going to remove s from student and save this file, you can see in my console, it print an error 404, means file not found. So it run our catch method and print the error. Now, let's see how we can convert so many lines in a one line. I just want to make it one-liner. So first, I'm going to comment out all this line. Mainly we are focused on fetch and await method. So I'm going to return, inside the parenthesis, I'm going to call await method. And I want to return JSON format. So I use .json function. So we make it one-liner. If I save this file, you can see in my console, similarly it return an array. And we have two JSON objects inside this array. So here you can see, I convert 3 lines of code into a one line. Let's talk about our last topic, error handling. Basically, we handle our error using catch function. There is a drawback using catch function. When we call test function, every time we need to use catch method to handle the error. So I don't want to use every time. So there is a shortcut to handle it. So I'm going to uncomment all the lines and comment out this return section. Basically we use try or catch to handle this error. So inside the async function, we use try or catch block. In our next video, we will learn more about try or catch. Inside the try block, we type our whole code. So I'm going to move this code inside the try block. It's mean we are trying this code. If it works properly, then it return. And we can access this in our then function. And if there is an error in this try block, then it's automatically run catch block. And inside the catch block, we print our error. So I'm going to move this error message in this block. And I'm going to remove the catch method. And also we need to declare the error variable inside the error block. So whenever we call test function, then we don't need to type catch method to handle the error. And if I save this file, you can see in my console, we can access our data successfully. And if I create an error inside my function, so I'm going to change the response spelling res22ponse, and you can see there is no variable name res22ponse. And we know it's going to return an error. In that case, it will run our catch block. And if I save this file, you can see an error in my console. It print reference error. Rest22 is not defined at test because we do not define this variable in our function. And also it print another message undefined. So you can see how we can handle error using try or catch block. It is pretty similar with try except condition in Python. If there is an error in our try block, then it automatically jump to the catch block and it print our error message. And I'm going to resolve this problem and save this file once again. And now it's worked pretty fine. If you want to print this result in your document section, you can. You can use for loop for that. So I hope now it's clear for you what is async and await method and how we can use it with our fetch method. Thanks for watching this video. See you soon. Hello friends, nice to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn about symbol. We already know about data type in JavaScript. Especially, we have 7 types of data type: string, number, boolean, array, object, null, and undefined. But a new data type has been added to this list, which is symbol. And in this video, we are going to learn about symbol. But before we learn about symbol, let's take an overview to our old data types. Suppose I have a variable named A. And if we assign this variable and insert the double quotes or single quotes, if I provide any value, then we call it a string. And it doesn't matter is it alphabetic or numeric. It's mean a data type is string. Similarly, if we assign a numeric value without quotes, then we call it number data type. But if I provide true or false without quotation, it's mean it's a boolean data type. But if I add multiple value in our a variable, then we can use array data type. For this, we need to use square braces and then we can use multiple value. But if I want to add key and value pair, then we can use object data type. And if I assign null to this variable, then we call it null data type. And if we do not define any value to this variable, in that case, we can call it undefined. I know if you are in this course, you already know about it. Just I want to revise once again. But in this video, we are going to understand a new data type, symbol. When you want to use symbol data type, you need to take variable and you need to assign with the symbol method. And remember, S should be capital and we need to use round braces after that. And inside this symbol, we can place any value. It may be numeric value or string value, something like that. And we call this string symbol identifier or description. And it's always a unique value. I want to say, we cannot assign the same value to other symbol. Suppose I take another variable b and I'm going to provide the same value. As you can see, a and b variable value is same. Maybe you can think their value is same. So if we try to compare them, it's written true. But this is not going to happen. If we compare this to variable, it's written false. Their value looks same, but they are not same. Because symbols' values are unique. And if we try to compare it, it's written false. When we need to use unique value to our program, in that case, we can use symbols. So let's start the practical and try to explore more about symbols. Here you can see I open my Visual Studio Code editor and I also create a HTML file. And I open this HTML file using Live Server extension in this browser. First I'm going to type script tag. Inside the script tag, I'm going to create a symbol. So I'm going to create a variable. Let id equal to S should be capital, symbol. Let's print this symbol in our console. So I'm going to type console.log inside the parenthesis id. If I save this file, you can see in my console, it print, it's a symbol. And I'm going to assign an identifier to this symbol. So I'm going to type hello. It may be string, maybe number, whatever. And if I save this file, you can see in my console, it's print hello. And if I show you the data type, so I'm going to duplicate this line and I'm going to print type of id. And if I save this file, you can see it's print symbol. Symbols mean one unique value. Let's try to prove it how it is a unique value. So I'm going to duplicate this line and change the name id to. You can see it's looking same and their value is same. But if I compare these two variables, it's written false. Let's compare it. ID equals to ID2. If I save this file, you can see it written false. It's mean these two variables values are not same. It's look pretty similar, but it is not same. But if I use string, let me show you that. So I'm going to duplicate this line and I'm going to change the name str1 and str2. Now they are string, not symbol. So I'm going to remove this symbol keyword. And also I'm going to remove this one. And now I'm going to compare these two values. So inside console.log section, I'm going to type str1 and str2. And I'm going to comment out this one. If I save this file, you can see it written true. Because in that case, they are not symbol. They are string. And two variables values are same. They are not unique value. One thing remember, we cannot use symbol value directly in our document. Let me show you that. So I'm going to remove these lines. I don't need these lines for now. And also I'm going to remove these lines. As I say, we cannot print symbol value in our document. If I try to print, so I'm going to use a alert. Alert. Inside the parenthesis, I'm going to print ID. If I run this code, it's written error. So I'm going to save this code. And you can see type error. And also it print cannot convert a symbol value to a string. If you want to convert symbol value into a string, then you need to use some method to convert symbol value into a string. Let me show you that. So we need to use toString method. ID dot toString. Using this method, we can convert symbol variable into a string. If I save this file, now it's worked properly. You can see in my alert symbol hello. So we need to use toString method to convert symbol into a string. And then we can use this symbol value in our document. And if you want to see the exact value of symbol, then we need to use a different method. In that case, we do not use toString method. So I'm going to remove it. And I'm going to type id dot description. It's not a function, so we don't need to use round braces. It is just a symbol method. So if I save this file, you can see in my alert section, now it's just print hello, means our message. In the next part of this video, I'm going to show you how can we use symbol into an object. Hello friends, nice to see you back. In this video, we are going to use symbol inside the object. So I'm going to remove these lines and I'm going to create a new symbol. Let age equal to symbol. For now, it's empty. And then I'm going to create an object. So I'm going to take a variable name for object. Let user equal to, inside the curly braces, here I'm going to create the object. And we know we need to use value and key to create an object. Our first object key is name. And its value is add1. And our second object is class. And its value is class 10. And now I want to use this symbol as a key. In that case, first we need to use square braces. And then we need to type symbol variable age. And we need to provide value. So I'm going to type 25. It's a numeric value. When we need to use symbol as a key inside the object, then we need to use square braces. And inside the square braces, we need to provide symbol variable. Let's try to print this object inside the console. So I'm going to type console.log, inside the parenthesis, our object name, user, semicolon to end this line. If I save this file, you can see in my console, it's print the object. For our first value, it's print name, second value, it's print class, but for our third value, it's print symbol. And we do not provide any description to our symbol. If you want, then you can. As a symbol value, I'm going to type age. If I save this file, this time it print symbol h. And there is another method to use symbol in our object. So I'm going to remove it. And also I remove this comma. And now I'm going to use this symbol in this object. So outside the object, first I'm going to type object name, user. And inside the square braces, I'm going to take symbol variable name, age, equal to, and I'm going to assign a value, 23. So this is the another way we can use symbol with object. So if I save this file, you can see in my console, it print our proper value. And as you know, if you want to see the exact value of any key, you can. Just you need to type user.class. If I save this file, you can see it's written the exact value, class 10. And if I want to show the symbol value, we cannot use this method. Let me show you. If we try, so I'm going to duplicate this line and I want to change this variable name age. And if I save this code, you can see it print undefined. Class is our key, age is our key, but it work with class, then why it is not work with age? If we want to show exact symbol value, in that case we don't need to use dot, we need to use square braces. So we need to move this variable inside the square braces. If I save this code, you can see now it's returned the result. So you need to remember, for normal data type we can use dot, but for symbol data type we need to use square braces. As you know, we can print every object key or value using for in loop. So let's use for in loop and try to print every key in our console. So I'm going to type for, inside the parenthesis, let key in user, user means our object name, then inside the curly braces, console.log, inside the parenthesis, key. If I run this code, it's going to print student name, user class, but it is going to skip user is because it is a symbol. So I'm going to save this file. Now you can see in my console it print name class, but it doesn't print h key. So it's print only two key, name and class. But if I duplicate this line and try to insert another key, name gender, and his gender is male, so I'm going to type male. If I save this file, you can see it print three key from our object, name, class and gender, but it skip h key because it's a symbol. So we cannot use symbol inside the for in loop, and you need to remember it always. And you know why we use JavaScript object? Because we convert JavaScript object into a JSON object and try to send data to the server. And if I try to convert this user object into a JSON, once again it skips this value. Let me show you this. You can see we have 4 values in our object, name, class, age and gender. So first I'm going to remove this, I don't need this for loop. And now I'm going to convert this object into a JSON file. So I'm going to use console.log. Inside the parenthesis, I'm going to use json.stringify method. json.stringify. Inside the parenthesis, I'm going to provide our object name, which is user. If I save this file, you can see it return a JSON object. But if you notice, age value is missing. But if I just print this object in our console, let's see. So I'm going to remove this parenthesis, and if I save this file, you can see in my console symbol value. But in my JSON object, there is no symbol value. So we need to remember, whenever we use symbol value in our object, we cannot use this value in our for in loop, and also we cannot convert this value into a JSON object. And if you really want to convert it, then we need to convert this symbol value into a string. As I told you earlier, we use the description method to convert the symbol into a string, and then we can convert it into a JSON object. We do not directly convert symbol into a JSON object. So basically, this is our new data type symbol. Symbols mean unique value. It is rarely used. I hope now it's clear for you what is symbol data type. Thanks for watching this video.
Hello friends, welcome back. In this video, we are going to learn about iterators. Suppose I have a variable and we store an array in this variable. Our variable name is A, and I save different type of animals name in that array.
And now I want to traversing array value one by one. And we can do it very easily using loops. Like while loop, do while loop, for of loop, for in, for each, and map. Help of these loops, we can traversing this array value. Traversing mean travel. To cow we can travel to dog, then we can travel to cat. If we want to print their value, we can. And also we can use it anywhere else. If we want to traversing this array with for loop, then you need to type for. Inside the parentheses, we need to declare a variable. And we need to assign this variable with 0. Because our array index starts from 0. And then we need to check if I value is less than array length. Then print this message. And also we need to increment it one by one. So we type I++. We already know about it. Similarly, to get the same result, we can use while loop. So I hope you already know about it. So all the loops are used for traversing. But a new name has been added to this list. With the help of iterators method, we can traversing this array value. But the question is, we already have lot of loops to do that work. Then why we need to iterators? What is the difference between iterators and other loops? We don't have a complete control with other loops. Once I run these loops, it's going to print all the value of our array. Otherwise, we need to use if condition to extract exact value. But in iterator methods, we have full control of traversing. We can print whatever value we want. Suppose first I'm going to print our first animal, cow, and then I type other line of codes. And now I want to print the third value, cat. In that case, we can use iterator method. So let me show you the basic syntax of iterator function. Suppose I want to traverse this array. So first we need to take a variable. And then we need to use a JavaScript function symbol.iterator. And we learned about symbol in our previous video. Symbol is a unique data type. Iterator means I want to traverse all the value from this array. So using this method, we can assign all the array value in v variable. And then if we want to print any value, just we need to type next method, b.next. It's going to print the first value of array, cow. Similarly, if I want to print their next value, dog and cat, we need to call the same function once again, b.next. For our second call, it return dog, and for our third call, it return cat. The main benefit is, if I print our first value, cow, then we can do our other line of codes. And now I want to print the last animal, cat. Then we can do it very easily using this iterator function. Not only that, we can use iterator with string, and also we can use it with objects. So let's start the practical and try to understand what is iterator. Here you can see I open my web editor, Visual Studio Code Editor, and I create a HTML file index.html, and I open this file in my browser using Live Server extension. First I'm going to type script tag. First I'm going to create an array inside the script tag, let num, and inside the array I'm going to add numeric values, and I'm going to type 20, 40 and 60. And now I want to print this value in my console. So I'm going to type console.log inside the parenthesis our variable name is num and semicolon to end this line. If I save this file, you can see in my console it print our array. And if I open this array, you can see an option proto. If I click on it, you can see some methods. These methods are all related to array. And if I scroll down a little bit, you can see a function symbol.iterator. So I'm going to use this one. Using this, we can travel every value in our array. Means we can iterate our values. So let's do it. So I'm going to check this function inside my console. But first I'm going to type typeof. And I'm going to use this function with num array. Then inside this curly braces symbol.iterator. Here I am going to check the new function type. So I use type up. And if I save this file, you can see in my console, it print it's a function. So using this function, we can iterate our array. For this, first we need to take a variable. So I'm going to remove this console line. And I'm going to create a variable, let, and our variable name is iter. And obviously we don't need the type of function, so I'm going to remove it. And after the square braces, we need to use round braces, means function sign, because it's a function. And I'm going to call this function here. And whenever I call this function, it's going to store the value in this variable. And I'm going to print this value in my console. Console.log, inside the parenthesis, iter, and semicolon to end this line. And if I set this file, you can see it return an array. And if I open this array, you can see, and if I open this proto option, you can see a function, next. Next is a function, and using this next function, we can read every value in our array. So let's do it. So after iter, I'm going to type dot next, and also need to type round braces because it's a function. So using this method, we can print our first value. And if I save this file, you can see it's return an object. And we get a two key. First one is value, second one is done. In value, we get our first value 20. But in done, it's return false. What does that mean? It's mean when we use iterator, and if we print an array inside this function, and if there is a value inside this array, every time it's going to return false. You can see after 20 there is another value 40. Our iterator function know that there is another value after 20. That's why it return false. Let's call this function 2 times. So I'm going to duplicate this line 2 times. And if I save this file, now you can see in my console, and you can see it print our value, then it print false. And once again it print our third value, and it print false. But if I call this function once again, and if I save this file, you can see our value is undefined. You can see there is no fourth value in our array, so it's print undefined. And inside the done, it's written true, because there is no value left to print, so it's written true. And remember, we have full control on it. Suppose I want to skip the first value in our array, so I'm going to remove this console.log section. And if I save this file, you can see it skip our first value and it print our second value 40. And I'm going to remove this line for now. I don't need this line. And if we want to skip our second value, then we need to remove this line, and we need to call this function once again. And if I save this file, you can see it print our third value only. So whenever we call the next function, it's going to iterate the next value from our array. If we use first time, then it's going to iterate our first value. And similarly, if we call this function once again, then it's going to iterate our second value. So we have total control on it. And if I print message between them, so I'm going to type console.log. Inside the parenthesis, I'm going to type a string, hi, and semicolon to end this line. And I'm going to duplicate this line 4 times. If I save this file, you can see in my console, it's not going to affect our iteration. So the benefit is, whenever we check the iterator value, we can. But if we use for loop or any other loop, obviously then we need to print all the value at once. But using iterator function, we can use any value when we want. As you can see, it's return an object, value, and we get 2 keys from it, value and done. And if we want to see the value directly, yes, we can. So I'm going to remove all of these, and after next, I'm going to type dot value. And if I set this file, you can see it directly print our value 60. It's an object, so we can print their value using dot value method. Similarly, we can check done key property. If I duplicate this line and change dot done, and if I save this file, it's written true. Why it's written true? Because we call our next function 4th time, and there is no 4th value in our array. That's why it's written true. And if I remove any function and then save the file, and you can see this time it's written false. and it returns false for our third iteration. Suppose if we have 300 value in our array, then obviously we need to create loop for that. We can create our own loop, otherwise we can use do while loop or while loop. So let's see how it's work. We don't need to change anything, and I'm going to store this value in a variable. So I'm going to type let, and our variable name is result, and I'm going to remove this line, and I'm going to create a while loop. So I'm going to use a while loop, and I run this while loop until the done property return true. So inside the parenthesis, I'm going to type not result dot done. It's run the while loop until the value is true. So I use not operator, and inside the loop I'm going to print the value. So console dot log, inside the parenthesis I'm going to type result dot value and semicolon to end this line. So in that way we can print all the value in our console. And as you know, we need to increment our while loop to get the next result. So I'm going to copy this line and I'm going to paste it here. As a result, it's going to iterate our next value 40. So if I save this file, you can see in my console, it print all the values. No matter how much value we have, it's going to print all the values. So in that way, we can use iterator function inside the while loop. And also we can use this iterator function with string or object. So in the next part of this video, we are going to see an example with string. Thanks for watching this video. Once again, I'm back to my Visual Studio Code editor. And now I'm going to run iterator function with string. So I'm going to duplicate this line and I'm going to comment out this previous one. And I'm going to assign a string value to this variable. So I'm going to remove this one and I'm going to type hello world. And I don't need to change anything in my code. So if I save this file, you can see in my console, it's print all the character. And you can see it's print 2 here. Because after L, we need to use another L character for hello world. That's why it skipped one character. So we can print one by one character from our string. And also it counts space. So in that way, we can use iterator function with string. In our last example, I'm going to show you how we can create our own iterator function. So first I'm going to remove this line and then I'm going to uncomment this one. Now I'm going to read all the values, but I'm not going to use iterator method. I'm going to create my own iterator and I'm going to remove all this line, and here I'm going to create my own function. And our function name is number. And whenever I call this function, I'm going to pass this array. So I'm going to create the function name number. Function number. Whatever value I send as an argument, to get the value we need to create a variable. In our case, array means array, because I'm going to pass array as an argument. So first, inside the curly braces, I'm going to take a variable where next num equal to 0. For iteration purpose, we need this variable because we know our first index of array is 0, and later I'm going to increment this variable, and this function going to return a value. So I'm going to type return, and then I use curly braces, and it's going to return a function, and we can take any name for this function. So I'm going to type next, and in the next function I'm going to return another value, and here I create function inside this function, and inside the curly braces I want to return. If you remember, our iterator function return an object, and inside the objects it's return value and done. So similarly, I'm going to return an object. For keyword, I'm going to type value, and I'm going to return whatever array I get. So I'm going to type a$, and inside the square braces I'm going to increment this variable. So I'm going to copy this variable and paste it here, and I use plus sign to increment it. And our next property is done, and here I'm going to pass false. And now I want to call this function in my console. So I'm going to type console.log inside the parenthesis iter dot and our function name is next. So if I save this file, it's going to print our first value 20. So if I save this file, you can see in my console it's written an object and it's print our first value 20. Done false and value is 20. And now I'm going to call this function 3 times. So I'm going to duplicate this line 2 times. And if I save this file, you can see in my console it print out 3 different values. But if I call this function 4th time and save this file, it's written undefined. But the problem is done return false. But we need to return true, as like our iterator function return. For this, we need to move this return section inside the if condition. So here I'm going to create a if condition, if, and also I'm going to create else condition, else. And inside the if condition, I'm going to check the done value. So inside the if condition, I'm going to type if next num value less than array.length. It means if next num value less than array.length, then inside the if condition it's going to return this result. And in our else part, we need to return done true. So I'm going to copy this line and paste it here. And I'm going to remove this value section and set done value true. That's it, guys. If I save this file, you can see, oops, I did some silly mistake. I typed wrong spelling for length, ZTH. If I save this file, now you can see in my console, for this 3 value, it written false. And there is no 4th value in our array, so it's written true. So now it's clear for you how we can create our own iterator function. We basically use it if we want to control the iteration. And if we want to just print the array value, yes, we can. Just we need to type dot value. If I save this file, you can see the exact value 20. So this is our own function which act like an iterator function. But as you can see, we need to use multiple line of codes to get the result. But if we use iterator function, then single line of code is enough to get the result. So in the next video, we are going to learn about generators. Thanks for watching this video.
Hello friends, nice to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn a new feature about modern JavaScript, generators. Suppose we have a function named demo, and inside the function, I type some multiple statements like message 1, message 2, message 3. And whenever we need to call the function, just we need to type the function name, demo. And then it's going to print all the statement one by one in our console. But the problem is, we have no control in this function. If I call this function, it's going to print all the messages. But I want to control all the steps. When I need to print first message, I can. And when we need to print our third message only, then I can do that. And if I want to print our first message and our third message and I want to skip our second message, then we can do it. But we can't do it in our normal function. To solve this kind of problem, JavaScript ES6 version introduced a new feature named generator. Generator is basically a function. Just we need to follow a different way to create it. When we create a function and take a function name, we need to use star sign before the function name. Now it's a generator function. Now we can control all the statements inside the function. If you want to stop any statement, you can. But we need to use a special keyword named yield. Something like that. Yields mean pause. I declare our function. When I call this function, it's going to pause our statements. If we don't call this statement, it's not going to be executed. Let's see how it's work. So first, we need to call the function. We need to create a variable and then we need to assign this function with this variable. You can see from our first statement, we use yield. It's mean from our first statement, we pause our code. So if we want to see the message 1, we need to use next function, a.next. We learned about it in our previous video. We can print this statement in a document or a console. It's up to you. And this function going to return a value message 1. So this function going to print our first yield value. Similarly, if we want to see the second value, we need to use next function once again. And if you want to see the third value, we need to follow the similar process. We already learned about it in our previous video. Now you understand the benefits of using a generator. We have total control of our statements. So let's start the practical and see how it's work. And I'm going to show you different examples.
Here you can see side by side I open my Visual Studio Code Editor and I also open my browser using Live Server extension. And I already created an HTML file index.html. So first I'm going to create script tag. inside this script tag, I'm going to create a normal function. So I'm going to type function. And you can take any name for this function. I'm going to take gen for generator. And inside the function, I'm going to print two statements, console.log message1 and console.log message2. So normally we can create our function like this. And whenever we need to call the function, just we need to type function name, gen. And that's it. And if I save this file, and you can see in my console, it print out all the statement, message1 and message2. We have no control here yet. To control this function, we need to convert this function into a generator function. So we need to use star sign before the function name, like this. In that way, we can convert this function into a generator function. If I call this function, it is not going to print any message in our console. Let me save the file. Here you can see, it do not print any message in my console, because now it's not a normal function, it's a generator function. And if I set this generator function into a variable, something like let a equal to gen, and return this function in our console. So I'm going to type console.log inside the parenthesis a. And if I set this file, here you can see it's written something. And if I open this drop down, it's a generator. And if I open this generator option, it provides some function, next function, return function, throw function. So using this method, we can do our further job. Mostly we use next function. So let's use this function, a dot next. If I save this file, now it's going to print our statements. Let's save the file. Here you can see it print our message1 and message2. And last it print value undefined and done true. It means there is no value after message2. But we already don't have any control in our lines. So we can use yield function to control these statements. So I'm going to use yield function after this message1. Yield, and I'm going to send a message, yield number 1. And also I'm going to call this yield function after message2, yield number 2. So when I call this function, it's going to print our first message. Then it's run the yield. Then it pause our code and stop executing other codes. So let me save this file. If I save this file, you can see it print out message1. And then our yield return an object. And here you can see it's written two value. One is done and another one is value. Done value is false, and inside the value it return our message, yield number 1. And we already know that why done value return false, because there is another message in our function. That's why it return false. If there is no message in our function, then it's written true. We already learned about it in our previous videos. So now I'm going to call this next function once again. So I'm going to duplicate this line and save this code. Here you can see it's print our message 2. And if I call this function 3 times and save the file, it's written undefined. And in done value it's written true, because there is no third message in our function. And if I remove all the code and also remove the yield message and then save this code, it's written undefined. It's mean if there is a no value in yield, then it's written undefined. But if I assign any value, in our case m1 means message 1, and then save the file, here you can see in value it's written m1. Now I need my code back, so I'm going to press Ctrl Z and save the file. For better understanding, I'm going to remove these messages. And if I save this file, here you can see it's print yield 1 and yield 2, and it's written undefined because there is no third value for yield. So I'm going to create another yield in our function. So I'm going to duplicate this line and yield number 3. And if I save this file, now it's written false. And now I want to print yield 1 and yield 3. I want to skip yield 2. So for this, we need to call this function outside the console. So I'm going to type a dot next function. And if I save this file, here you can see it's print yield 1 and yield 3. So in this way, we can control this function. We can execute any particular section using generators. And as I told you in my previous video, if you want to print this value directly, just you need to use dot value. And if I save this file, you can see it print. You can see it's print our message directly. But what if we have 300 yield in our function? In that case, we can use for loop. Let me show you that. So I'm going to remove these lines and I'm going to type for, inside the parenthesis, let value of a. Then inside the loop, console.log, inside the parenthesis, value. If I save this file, you can see in my console, it print out all the yield, no matter how many yield we use in our function. And now I'm going to show you a new method, how we can use yield in a different way. For this, I'm going to remove these lines, and I'm going to take a variable, let result equal to yield. I store yield value in a result variable. So we need to send the yield value. For this, I'm going to remove this line and I'm going to type a.next. So whenever I call the next, automatically it calls generator function. And I'm going to duplicate this line and I'm going to pass a value 300. Now this value set to be yield value. And we pass the value in a result variable. And also I'm going to print this value in my console. So I'm going to type console.log. Inside the parenthesis, I'm going to use template string method. So I'm going to type backticks. Inside the backticks, I'm going to type result, $, $sign. Inside the curly braces, I'm going to pass this variable result. And semicolon to end this line. So if I save this file, you can see in my console, it's written 300. Basically, I'm going to set yield value outside to the function. In our normal function, we send value as a parameter, and then we create arguments here to save the value in a variable. And if I use a.next function 2 times and send value as a parameter, it's going to set the value as a yield value. Not only that, we can calculate our value. I want to multiply this value with 10. Star 10. So if I save the file, you can see in my console, it returned 3000. Not only that, we can send multiple values. So I'm going to duplicate this line and I'm going to send 400 and 600. But if I save this file, it's going to return only one result because we use yield only for one time. So I'm going to save this file. Here you can see it's written our previous result, 3000. To get the all result, we need to create an array. So I'm going to remove this line and I'm going to use square braces. And inside the square braces, we need to type yield. And we need to type yield 3 times because we pass 3 value in our next function. So I'm going to type comma yield, comma yield. So for 300, it's going to use this one. And for 400, it's going to use this second yield. And for 600, it's going to use third yield. So if I save this file, it's going to return an array. Let's save it. Here you can see it's written all the result as an array from. But if I send another value, so I'm going to duplicate this line. Here you can see we just use 3 yield in our array. So it's going to return nothing. If I save this file, you can see there is no changes. And now I want to see the third yield value. For this, we need to type. For this, just we need to use square braces, and inside the square braces, we need to pass the array number 2. Because our array starts with 0, so for our third array, we need to pass 2. If I save this file, it's going to return only third yield value, 600. So in that way, we can check particular yield value. And obviously, we can pass string value inside the next function. And now I want to pass single value with yield, and I also want to pass array value with yield. So I'm going to remove this line and I'm going to type yield. Here I'm going to type 44. And in our next yield, I'm going to pass an array. Inside the square braces, I'm going to pass PHP, comma, Python, comma, JavaScript. And now I want to read their value. For this, I don't need this line, and I'm going to move this line inside the console. So I'm going to type console.log inside the parenthesis. Inside the parenthesis, I'm going to pass a.next and then semicolon to end this line. And I'm going to duplicate this line. Our first next function for our first yield, and our second next function for our second yield, which is an array. So if I save this file, you can see in my console, it returned our first value 44, and also it returned our array. And if I open this array, you can see it has three values: PHP, Python, and JavaScript. So in our generator function, when we use multiple yields, we can take single value, we can take array, and also we can use objects. So we can use any type of value with yield. This time I want each array value came separately. So I'm going to use star sign here. So if I save this file, it's going to return our first array value, PHP. And if we want to see the second array value, we need to call this function once again. If I save this file, here you can see our second array value, Python. And for our third value, we need to call again. Here you can see it's written JavaScript. But if I call this function once again, it's going to return undefined. So we can print array value differently. Just we need to use star sign with yield. In our next example, I'm going to use yield with spread operator. So I'm going to remove these lines, and also I'm remove this one. In our first yield, I'm going to type PHP. In our second yield, I'm going to type Python. In our third yield, I'm going to type Java. In our fourth yield, I'm going to type HTML. And it is enough for this example. And now I want to print the first yield value in our console. So I'm going to type console.log inside the parenthesis a.next. And I want to print their value directly. So I'm going to use dot value semicolon to end the line. If I save this file, you can see it's print only PHP. But for the remaining values, we can use spread operator. So I'm going to duplicate this line, and inside the console.log section, I'm going to type square braces. And inside the square braces, I'm going to type 3 dots. We learned about spread operator in our previous video. So I'm not going to explain it here how it's work. Then I type our variable name, A. If I save this file, here you can see it print all the remaining yield value in an array. We know spread operator return array. But if I call this line 2 times and save this file, it's going to return our first 2 values, and remaining 2 values is return array because we use spread operator. There is another function that we can use with generators, which is return. Let me show you this. So I'm going to remove this line, and I'm going to type a.return function. Here we first call our next value, means PHP, and then I call our return function. If we use return, it stops executing our other yields. And also we can send message with return. So I'm going to type end. So if I save this file, here you can see it print our first value PHP. Then it's return end, means our return message, and also print true. And we already know when it's written true. If there is no other yield in this function, then it's written true. Let me show you. If I try to print this next function after the return and save this code, it return undefined. But you can see in my function there are other 3 yields. Its main is not going to execute other line of codes because we use return function. When we call return function, it cannot read the next codes. The main benefit using return function is when we have to stop our code middle of the execution, then we can use return function. So I hope now it's clear for you what is generator and why and how we use it. Thanks for watching this video. See you in the next tutorial. Hello guys, welcome back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn a new feature about JavaScript, which is strict mode. Normally when we type JavaScript code, there may be syntax error in the code. Normally, we ignore it. Also, it do not provide any error message to our browser, but we get the effect later. And as I told you, browser do not provide any error message, so it's very difficult to rectify this kind of error. Let me show you an example. As you can see, x equal to 42. Here I take a variable named x and I assign a value 42, and then I print this variable in my console, and it's going to print 42 in our console. But if you notice, there is an error in our code. When I assign the variable value, we do not provide the declaration type. I want to say this variable type should be var, let or const, and our browser also not going to return the error. So there are many syntax errors that we miss out on, and it is very difficult to rectify. To resolve this problem, JavaScript came out a new feature, strict mode. Just we need to type a simple statement top of the code, something like that. Inside the quotation, use strict, and then you can type your JavaScript code. This command going to send a strict message to our browser. It is going to tell our browser if there is a syntax error in our code, send the error message and stop execution code. So now you understand why it is very useful. We can rectify our mistake with that. So let's start the practical and see how it's work. Here you can see, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code Editor and I open my browser using Live Server extension. And I also create a HTML file named index.html. So first I'm going to create script tag. And now I'm going to create a variable, but I'm not going to provide declaration type. X equal to 42. And now I'm going to save this file and I'm going to show you my console. Here you can see there is no error in our console. So I'm going to type console.log inside the parenthesis our variable x. If I save this file, you can see my console, it print our value properly, but there is a syntax error in our code. We do not declare it is var, const or let. To solve this kind of problem, JavaScript introduce strict mode. For this, we need to type quotation, and inside this quotation we need to type use strict and semicolon to end this line. That's it. And remember, always you need to provide it top. If I save this file, now you can see in my console there is an error. X is not defined, line number 11. But if I use var and then save the file, here you can see it's print our result and there is no error. Let me show you another example. For this, we need to create a function. So I comment out this line and I'm going to create a function, and our function name is hello. Inside the curly braces, I'm going to take a variable, but I'm not going to declare the variable b equal to 30. And also I'm going to remove this var keyword. If I save this file, you can see, and also I'm going to comment out use strict. And if I save this file, here you can see there is no error in our console. But if I turn on the strict mode and save this file, you can see the error, x is not defined. So I'm going to type var here, var. And if I save this file once again, you can see there is no error in our console. But you can see we do not provide declaration type for this variable. So I'm going to call this function hello. If I save this file, here you can see b is not defined. Now it shows the error. But if I type var and save this file, you can see there is no error in our console. So here you can see our use strict mode work on function and it also work on outside the function. And by mistake, if you type anything in your code which is don't follow the JavaScript rule and regulation, then it show the error. Not only that, we can use strict method inside the function. So I'm going to move inside this function. If I remove this var and save this file, now this method only work on inside the function, not outside the function. Let me show you. If I save this file, here you can see there is no error in our console. But as you can see, we do not use var keyword for declare this variable. But if we do not use declaration inside the function and then save the code, you can see the error now. Now you can see the error. It will be check only those code which is below than use strict. And now I am going to show you another example which is also related to function. For now, I am going to remove these lines. I don't need these lines. And I am going to pass some parameter in this function. And our first parameter is a, comma, b, comma, and our third parameter is also b. I use same parameter for our third parameter. And I'm going to move this use strict outside the function. And for now, I'm going to comment out this. And now inside the function, I'm going to add these three value. And I want to print this in my console. So I'm going to type console dot log inside the parenthesis a plus b plus b and semicolon to end this line. And when I call this function, I'm going to pass three different value for this function: 5, 10, 15. That's it. We know if we sum these three variables, it's going to return 30. But if I save this file, you can see in my console, it returned 35. It's written a wrong result, 35. Because we use our second parameter twice. That's why it's written 35. And also it don't provide any error in our console. It's a very complex problem. So to avoid this kind of problem, we can use strict method. So I'm going to uncomment it. And I'm going to save this file. Here you can see in my console, it prints syntax error, duplicate parameter, will not allow for this context. Our strict method provide proper error message. But if I comment out our strict method and save this file, then it's not provide any error message. And also it provide wrong value. To resolve this problem, we need to use proper variable name, C. And also I'm going to change here, C. And if I comment out this one and save this file, now you can see there is no error in our console. And it's also written the exact value. So here you can see, using strict mode, we can find the error in our code. Basically, syntax error. And I suggest you always use strict mode for your code. Just include the line first and then type your code. That's it. Thanks for watching this video. Hello friends, good to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn about error handling. You already know we can check JavaScript error in browser console, but sometimes it's very complicated to understand it. Sometimes all the errors are shown at the same time, and it is very difficult to rectify all the error at once. So to handle this kind of error, we have a special method in JavaScript, try and catch. And we already learned about little bit in our previous videos. Whatever code we want to do here, we passed all the code inside the try block. If there is an error inside the try block, then immediately redirect to catch block. And we can show any message inside our catch block. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical. Here you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code Editor and I also open Chrome browser using Lifesaver extension. First, I'm going to type script tag inside the head tag. So inside the script tag, first I'm going to type some randomly text. This text is not a variable or not a JavaScript function or not a JavaScript method. If I save this file, it's going to return an error. Here you can see a reference error. This is not defined. But sometimes errors are very complicated to understand. For this, we can use try catch method. So first, I'm going to type try. With that, we need to type catch. Inside the try block, we can type any code. So I'm going to print a message inside the console. Console.log. Inside the parenthesis, I'm going to type start and semicolon to end this line. And I'm going to duplicate this line and I'm going to type end. And then I give a space between these two messages. And if error occurs, Then inside the catch block, I'm going to send a message. Console.log inside the parenthesis error. So if there is an error in this try block, then automatically run catch block. If I save this file, here you can see there is no error. Once again, between these two messages, I'm going to type similar random text. If I save this file, now you can see in my console, first it print our start message, and then it's print our error message. If there is an error in single line, then it stop executing other codes and automatically run catch method. Let me show you another example, and I'm going to convert it into a function. As you can see, we do not declare this function. And if I save this file, you can see it's written the same error. First it executes our first message, and whenever it tries to run the function, and then it's found we do not declare this function. So it stops executing other codes and start executing catch block. So similarly, we can print this error message in our document. And now I want to see the exact error in our documents. We still don't know where is our mistake is. I want to print this exact error in my console. For this, I'm going to take parenthesis inside the catch block after the catch, and inside the parenthesis I'm going to take a variable, in our case ERR. So whatever error it's written, it's going to store in this variable. And if we want, we can print our error in this browser or console. So I want to type ERR. If I save this file, now you can see the error message. This is not defined. We do not define this blah blah text. With that, we can see the exact line number. So in that way, we can understand the error better. And also, we can handle our error one by one. It's not going to throw all the error at once. And I want to say one more important thing about try catch. It works synchronously. If we use setTimeout function, it is not going to work properly. Let me show you this. So I want to remove these lines, and inside the try block, I'm going to use setTimeout. And inside the setTimeout function, I'm going to create an anonymous function. And then I use curly braces. And I want to delay this function for 1 second. So inside this function, I'm going to provide some error, some random text. Let's increase the delay time, 3 seconds. Now you can think, when we run this code, it's going to check this one after 3 seconds. If there is an error, it's going to redirect catch block. No, it's not work like that. When I run this code, in this case, it won't work at all. As soon as code start running, and it will come in try block, and here this function going to check that it has to run after 3 seconds. Then the code after setTimeout function that will start running. If I save this file, here you can see it not showing the proper error message from the catch block. So our try catch method not work synchronously, but we can use try and catch block inside the setTimeout function. So I'm going to move this try and catch block inside the setTimeout function. So I'm going to cut this portion and move it inside this setTimeout block. And also we need to move this catch portion. And inside the try block, I'm going to provide an error. And when we run our script, in that case, after 3 seconds, it's going to show us the exact error in our console. So let me show you that. I'm going to save this file. And I need to wait for 3 seconds. Now you can see the error in our console. This is not defined. It's a reference error. So we need to use try and catch block inside the setTimeout function, otherwise it's not work. Also we can show the error message separately. For this, I'm going to remove setTimeout function. For now I don't need this. And inside the catch block, I'm going to type error dot name. And I duplicate this line. And now I want to print error message. Error message. We can print exact error message differently. If I save this file, here you can see error name, reference error, and error message. Blah blah is not defined. And if you want to see error name and error message together, then we can use stack, error.stack. If I save this file, now you can see error name, error message at once. Using error.stack, we can print error name, error message together. And if you want to print error message or error name differently, you can. The most important line is message. We just want to know what is the exact error. So we can comment out both of the lines and just we can print the message. And if I remove this comment, here you can see a reference error. Now the question is, what is reference error? And now I'm going to tell you how many types of error are there in JavaScript. Here you can see 7 different errors in JavaScript. Our first error is eval error. This error occurs when we use eval function. It's not a very important error. Then comes range error. It's occurs when we use HTML range attribute. If error came through the range attribute, then we can show the error using range error function. Our main and important error is reference error. If I call a variable or a function which is not defined in our code, then it's written reference error. Then comes syntax error. It is the most basic and important error. When we use loops or conditions, typing mistake is the basic problem for beginner. Sometimes we forget to unclose curly braces, quotations, etc. In that case, syntax error occurs. Then comes type error. As you know, there are various types for variable: boolean, number, string, etc. These are predefined types. By mistake, user typed different type of input, then type error occurs. Our next error is URI error. This error occurs when we pass URL in URL bar. If you type any wrong method to pass URL in URL bar, then URI error occurs. And our last error is aggregate error. And I told about this error in our promise method video. When we use all method in promise, if there is an error, then we use aggregate error. When we use try catch method in JavaScript, we can show these errors. Let's start the practical. For this, first I'm going to remove all the methods. If different error occurs, for this, we can print different messages. So we can use if condition for that. If inside the parentheses, our error instance of reference error, for this, we can show different message. So inside the console, I'm going to type reference error. You can show any proper message here. And now I'm going to print different messages for type error. So I'm going to type else if. Inside the parentheses, I'm going to copy this line and change reference error with type error. And inside the curly braces, I'm going to print console.log inside the parentheses type error. If our error is instance of type error, then it's going to print this message. So we can create different else if condition for different error. And at last, I'm going to create else condition. Else, inside the parentheses, console.log unknown error. And if I save this file, here you can see it's print reference error. And if type error occurs, then it print this message. Otherwise, it print unknown error. If we want to get data from the server as a JSON from, then we use try and catch. Let me show you this. So I'm going to remove all of this code. And inside the try block, I'm going to take a variable, let JSON. And I'm going to assign a dummy JSON data to this variable. And we already learned about JSON in our previous video. As a property, I'm going to take name. Inside the double quotes, name, colon, inside the double quotes, value, add 1. And similarly, I'm going to take another property, age. It's a numeric value and age is 24. It's a numeric value, so we don't use quotation. It's a JSON format. Assume that we get this data from the server. For this, we can use fetch method or AJAX. It's depend on you. So, first we need to convert this data into a JavaScript object. So I'm going to take a variable, let user, and I'm going to use a JSON method, json.parse. and inside the parenthesis, I'm going to provide the variable name, JSON. Basically, JSON.parse function going to convert JSON object into a JavaScript object. And similarly, we have opposite function, JSON.stringify, and it convert our JavaScript object into a JSON data. If we want to convert the server data into an object, then we need to use JSON.parse function. And if we want to pass data to the server, then we convert the JavaScript object into a JSON data using JSON.stringify method. And now we can read the data from the user variable. So I'm going to print the data in my console. Console.log inside the parenthesis user.name. And if there is an error in our code, I'm going to print this error in my console. Console.log error. And also I want to print student age. So I duplicate this line, user.age. That's it. Before I save this file, we need to move this JSON code inside the quotation. Otherwise, it's act like an JavaScript object. If I save this file, here you can see student name, add 1, and his age, 24. If there is an error in server or the JSON file, then we can show the proper message using try and catch block. Suppose there is an error in the JSON file, so I'm going to remove one quotation. Now the JSON format is not correct. And if I save this file, here you can see there is an error in line number 14. Syntax error. Unexpected token A in JSON at position 16. It cannot read the A. It expected a quotation, not the A character. That's why it's written the error. And if you show your own message, yes, you can. For this, we can throw an error message from the try block. Let me show you. But first, I'm going to resolve this JSON file. And now I'm going to create a condition. If inside the parenthesis, if we do not receive username in JSON format, inside the if condition, I'm going to throw a message. We use a different method. Throw new error. That's it. And inside the parenthesis, I'm going to show a message. Incomplete data. And our message is no name. And I'm going to move this line below the if condition. And now I'm going to remove the name from the JSON data. And if I save this file, here you can see incomplete data, no name. And after printing the error message, it stops executing our code. When we throw the error message, it automatically redirects to the catch block and print the message in our console. At last, I want to show you one thing. With try and catch block, we can use another block, finally. Basically, it's optional. If we use finally block, no matter what, it's going to execute. Basically, I want to say, if there is an error in our code, it stops executing other code in our try block. But it cannot stop executing finally block. Let me show you. Console.log, inside the parenthesis, I'm going to print a message. No matter what, I'm going to print. If I save this file, here you can see, first it print our error, incomplete data, no name, and then it print, no matter what, I'm going to print. And if I resolve the error, name, add 1. And if I save this file, you can see it print student name, add 1. Also it prints student age, 24. And then it jump into the finally block and print, no matter what, I'm going to print. It's not going to check there is an error or not. This block will always execute. So finally method run in every case. I hope now you understand why we use try and catch block and how we can handle errors in our code. Thanks for watching this video.